for our keynote speaker and all the presenters that are going to give presentation, and even the audience. We pray that God is going to be with us, bless them, and give them a sound mind as even we articulate the ideas that will move this university even to greater heights. We want to thank you, and we ask you to start with us and be with us. In the name of Jesus, we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Dr. Obadia, for the prayer. Okay, our moderator will be Dr. Geoffrey Nato. I think, Dr. Mzime, you are familiar with our moderator, Dr. Geoffrey. So he'll introduce you.
Yes.
Thank you. He'll introduce you, and before, at least members should be familiar with your biography before you start your presentation. Thank you. Dr. Geoffrey?
Yeah, thanks a lot, Dr. Rahma Udu, for inviting me to moderate this session, partly because I'm familiar with Dr. Mzime will be giving us the keynote address for today. And I hope that I'll do justice in introducing Dr. Mzime. So quickly, Dr. Mzime Ndebele Morisa, currently he's the EPIC Africa Regional Coordinator. For those ones who may not be familiar with EPIC, EPIC is Educational Partnership for Innovation in Communities. And he has been the she has been the African Regional Coordinator for slightly over 6 years. We have her counterpart in Asia and I think in the United States of America. Dr. Mzime has over 30 peer-reviewed publications, quite a number. If you compare with my publication, I think it dims my profile. Dr. Mzime has been a senior lecturer and researcher at the Chinhoyi University of Technology in Zimbabwe, where he lectured in the School of Wildlife, Ecology and Conservation. She has also served as the Deputy Dean in the same university. So she is very, very familiar with the university administration and management. Dr. Mzime has a PhD in climate change impact from the University of the Western Cape, and also has a Master's of Science in Tropical Resource Ecology from the University of Zimbabwe. Dr. Mzime has worked in quite a number of places outside the university, and if you look at her profile, she has handled quite a number of projects, both local, regional, and international projects within the field of clean water, sustainable fisheries, aquaculture, pollution, and climate change. If you sum up her experience, it comes to over 20 years experience in the field of conservation, natural resources management, global and regional environmental change, adaptation science, sustainable development, and the current issues of climate change. She's quite familiar with that. Dr. Mzime, I've interacted with her previously and now, and I think she's going to explain to us what it is that we are doing with her. We have a running project at the Technical University of Mombasa. So the title of her keynote address today is Empowering Communities for Resilience through the Education Partnership for Innovation in Communities model in Africa. She had wished to be here in person, but I think because of logistic arrangements, she couldn't make it. But I can assure you that Dr. Mzime will be in the country on Sunday this week, and we are having a training of some university staff and county staff on Monday and Tuesday. So we will have the advantage of hearing her today, but we will have the advantage of seeing her on Monday and Tuesday next week. Dr. Mzime, I invite you, therefore, to make your keynote address, after which some members of this conference will be allowed to ask you a few questions and a few clarifications if there will be need. Most welcome, Dr. Mzime.
Thank you so much for that introduction, and I hope that you can all hear me loud and clear. Please give me a thumbs up.
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. As introduced, my name is Mzime Ndebele Morisa, and I think a lot has been said about me, so I will not say much more. I do want to emphasize that this presentation is about how we can innovate and engage communities. I know that this week a lot of work to do with industrialization, innovation, technology has been presented, and so much more will be done today. But if we are true to ourselves, if we are not doing this work for people and for communities and working with stakeholders, we really are ivory towers, as universities are called. So today, my presentation is going to focus on the EPIC model as introduced, and we want to demonstrate how this model is a practical application to academic innovation and in addressing real-world problems. And I shall present case studies from our Africa network, which Dr. Godfrey is part of. And at the end of the talk, I hope that you will have an appreciation of the EPIC model, some of the collaborative mechanisms, some of the challenges we encountered, but most important and relevant to this conference is the innovation and technological solutions that can be devised through the model. And we'll also talk about lessons learned, and I hope that we can have a rich discussion after that. So moving on, this is the outline of this keynote, and again, the goal is to focus on the EPIC model. And as a way of introduction, the EPIC model is really a student, community-centered, innovative community approach, which brings together win-win solutions in this partnership. So the partnership is between universities, and I know most of you here belong to academic institutions or research institutions, but that's the first partner, the second one being local, and then the third one being important for us to. So this model has been pioneered in the US, it's been working there for over a decade, but more recently, it has been internationalized to 3 regions, including the African region. And so the presentation showcases some of the sustainability and transdisciplinary research work using the EPIC model and in the African context. So I hope that it will be relevant to you. And we'll highlight how some of our partners and work within urban settings and peri-urban settings have helped to bridge the gap between universities. Universities are often called ivory towers because a lot of research goes on, but it's never translated to policy, to practice, and to communities. We'll also concentrate on sustainable development and wicked problems, and then look at cross-cutting issues such as solid waste management. So to start us off, the EPIC model does look at research and development, and we also concentrate or look at development in the lens of sustainable development goals, which I'm sure a lot of you are very familiar with. But I do want to zero in on issues to do with environmental and social justice, which are very pertinent. Issues to do with inclusivity, so that's why we say it's an engaging approach and it works with communities rather than, this idea of a top-down approach. And then I also want to zero in on access, equality and equity, social and economic well-being,
And then, of course, cross-cutting issues such as climate change, environmental protection, and gender equity and social inclusion. So those are the 17, the slides shows the 17 sustainable development goals. But what we are going to concentrate on in this presentation is goal number 12, which is ensuring sustainable consumption and production patterns. Why is this? It's because a lot of the work that has been done is beginning to show us that in our cities, we do have issues that have to do with how we produce not only our food, but any kind of production. And this speaks a lot to your work and how you are devising production mechanisms and technologies. And then we'll talk about waste, because that is a byproduct of processing, of technology production, and also of consumption. And so if we want to look at goal number 12, it is related, or a lot of our work is related to those 7, or rather 8 sustainable development goals. I won't really talk much about it, except that represented in goal number 12 is this issue of sustainability. And it's very critical. We are beginning to see the world in a very complex manner, where whatever we do, whether it's in behavior, it's in production, it's in technology, it's in policy, really has a downward effect on the next person, our neighbor, our communities. So that's why it's important for us to have this approach. So some of the global trends that you are familiar with, rapid urbanization, rapid population growth. Africa is exploding. It's got a large continuing to grow. So how do we make sure that our consumption is sustainable? The waste generated is managed well, because it's ever increasing. And so we are going to be looking at examples of waste management practices, and particularly zeroing in on technology, innovation, and infrastructure. And we find that in most of our cities, even in peri-urban areas, there's a lot of waste mismanagement, open dumping, burning of waste, and you know that has a big issue when it comes to environmental protection in terms of some of the emissions, methane and so forth, that are then emitted into the atmosphere. And then we also want to look at governance, at institutional policy and regulatory profile frameworks, and begin to look at how we can change the perception and behavior so that we have, at the end of the day, we are able to have sustainable consumption and very good waste management. So just to finish us off on this overview, what we want to achieve at the end of the day, any economy, any government, any institution, is to have efficiency. And we are beginning to talk about these approaches where we are talking about the green economy, greening our spaces, greening our processes and production. We're talking about the circular economy, where we promote efficiency. Some people talk about how within a 15 kilometer radius, everything that an individual needs within a circular economy should be available. And so you are reducing on waste, you're reducing on transport, you're reducing on impacts outside of that 15-kilometer zone. And we talk about the bioeconomy. Obviously, the environment and bioresources and natural resources are very important. I'm sure you know that. Those are some of the resources that you work with and you use. And how do we manage the waste? How do we get to a place where we have smart processes, where there is zero waste, where there is circularity, and again, where there are integrated approaches. And in integrated approaches, it's actually not just zero waste, but reusing the waste, making sure that it's usable in the next process. And then in relevance to this conference, how do we ensure that research, innovation and development is green, it's circular, it's economically viable so that, you know, the next investor can run with it. Socially acceptable, that's always an issue. And it's also inclusive and benefiting. Those are key points when it comes to accessibility and also benefit sharing and also ownership. And then, of course, that it's environmentally friendly. So let's leave that for a little bit and come back to the EPIC model. And I want to just give a brief overview of the model, and then we move on to examples, and then we can have the discussion. Like I said, the EPIC model is about collaboration between universities and cities. So through these partnerships, the EPIC model aims to leverage or make use or harness, taking advantage of academic research. And we work mostly with students. This is because within the student community or early to mid-career researchers, there are a lot of innovations, solutions that are proffered, but these rarely leave the university. End up as a thesis, as a research article, as a policy brief, but in terms of their usability, they are very limited. So what we try to do within the EPIC modeling context is to leverage, is to foster these innovations, bring them to a space where they are acknowledged within a local government, and to address all these issues that I was talking about, which includes environmental challenges. So it's about collaboration, it's about environmental stewardship, and it's about combating wicked problems such as climate change. But this presentation today is going to focus, like I said, on sustainable consumption, waste management, and how we then work with communities, but making sure that these communities, as well as our students, our youth, are at the forefront, okay? So at the end of it all, when I give the other examples, is to also show how we can provide scale and impact so that it's not just about small actions that might go unnoticed. So the EPIC model is used within an EPIC network. For you or anybody to be part of us, you can join the EPIC network, and I'll talk about that a little bit. So globally, there are over 70 programs, that is university, local government partnerships, and they are spread across the world. We have over 300 communities, and currently we also have over 1,700 projects. So this is really a global effort, but what we do is we try to make sure that we respect cultural differences and contexts within different regions, countries, and so forth. So the EPIC model is unique. I know that universities are already working with communities, working with partners, working with stakeholders, but our uniqueness lies in the scale. We try to make sure that there's large scale, and also in the matching of existing resources. So I'll talk about that a little bit more. When we start off, we ask ourselves, what if we could connect the university, right? And talking about existing things, existing structures, existing courses, existing projects. What if we could increase the scale and the magnitude and provide value for all? And when we talk about value for all, the EPIC model is a win-win situation where the community benefits, the local government benefits, even the university benefits. So we link knowledge to practice by collaborating between the cities, the universities. What the university has is capacity. There's excess capacities, there's innovation and knowledge. So we then try to link that to cities which are limited in those three things. So what are the 5 elements? I run through these a lot. Like I said, we respect existing structures. We are not about changing structures, reinventing the wheel. No. It's about working with existing projects, priorities, as well as university courses. And then we also try to make sure that the partnership between the university and the local government is genuine. So most of our members, we find they have formal agreements, whether they're MOUs, MOAs with their partners, and that there's investment on both sides, buy-in. So it's about time, funds, and knowledge from both sides. And then we also try to make sure that at the end of the day, we're improving the quality of life. So we make sure that we prioritize solutions that make sure that there's sustainability, resilience, progress, economic goodwill, and so forth and so on. So everybody is happy at the end of the day. And then the fourth element, like I said, it's community identified, community driven, and evaluated. And I'll talk about examples of that. And then we also work within a transdisciplinary framework. So it's not just about one discipline, engineering, for example, but looking at a holistic solution. If we look at the problem first, we work with the communities, then we come up with the many disciplines that are needed, and we bring those together. So we work with existing courses, we work with many students, different disciplines, and then different levels as well. And I'll talk about EPIC Africa. Currently, we have 10 members. We started off in 2017. There have been a few trainings, and like Dr. Nato said, next week we are going to be in Mombasa. So we hope that many of you will be able to join us in this training. We also do showcase a lot of our work in different conferences that I'll talk about. So those are the cities that we are in currently across Africa. And we are in more cities. It's just that these 10 are the ones that are currently active. There are some that have been members, have done projects before, some that are planning to do projects. And I've highlighted Mombasa, of course. We are certainly in your city and at your university. And then that just gives you a picture of where we are. We're mostly currently concentrated in Southern and East Africa. And then we have 1 or 2 members in West Africa. But the idea is to, of course, keep on expanding. So let's look at examples from some of our projects. And we are concentrating on waste management. So the first city that I want to showcase is Brewerville City, which is in Liberia, Monrovia. So the municipality was confronted with a severely chronic waste management predicament. This is because Monrovia has probably the highest waste per capita per individual, probably in Africa. There was a lot of dumping, but concerning was that most of this waste included hazardous waste, non-recyclables, and recyclables. So what the University of Liberia did was to then set out a huge survey across the city, and then they began to really try and look at, map the waste critically, and begin to understand what it is composed of, what are the sources, and where the hotspots are. So what this did is it then equipped the local government with a mapped sort of a map of the waste, because they were overwhelmed, so that they could have a starting point or an entry point in terms of where to begin to put waste collections, where to then begin to work with communities in sorting the waste, identifying the waste, making sure that it's separated, hazardous, non-hazardous, recyclable materials, non-recyclable materials. So this is what it's all about. It's about making sure that there is a solution, but working with the different stakeholders involved. And then the second one is Gaborone City, which is the capital city of Botswana. So what they did in Gaborone is that they took 6 students, and these students who were spread across different faculties also began to look at challenges to do with waste. So looking at wastewater, for example. So one student was looking at the quality of the effluent. Some of the problems had to do with leachate, spontaneous fires, prevailing winds. On the positive side, this effluent could be used for irrigation, for horticulture and landscaping. but there were some concerns to do with the quality of the effluent. That is, antibiotics were identified as far as 25 kilometers off from the waste point. And of course, that will give you issues such as antimicrobial resistance and so forth. Another student was looking at sludge treatment, how to harness methane. That is always a big issue when it comes to waste points or dumps. The use of manure, for example, but then concerns to do with parasites, heavy metals, and so forth and so on. So that just shows us a picture of some of the antibiotics that were found by these students to be present in raw sewage, to be present in the effluent, and then to be present as far as 10 kilometers off from the discharge points. So those are all issues, but you see what this research does, it brings to the fore the issues, because the city is the one that identified this open dump as a problem. They brought in the students and then they presented these issues. And now they're beginning to work together to see what are some of the solutions that they can bring together with the community. So this project is ongoing. And I just want us to look at that quote where the EPIC coordinator from Gaborone, a good friend of ours, says, he found that through this model, the most impactful part was linking with the people, beginning to see how the people of the city are impacted and that they need protection, and how their research work becomes relevant in addressing the issues. So the last example is from Durban. So the city of Durban in South Africa was one of the forerunners of using the EPIC model. So they've been using it since 2017. So they've had quite some time with it. So the city of Durban, like most African cities, experiences flooding. And it has had also an issue of chronic solid waste management. So the city wanted to really explore options for addressing these issues. So as part of their very first EPIC project, they approached the University of KwaZulu-Natal, and the students there at UKZN are mostly at master's level. They were then called, just like in Liberia, to begin to analyze, assess the waste and the flood issues in an informal settlement, the Palmiet community. And this community is informally settled along a river. So the city always had issues with them in terms of engaging them, in terms of dealing with the solid waste and some of the behaviors there. So what did the students do? They then went ahead, they mapped the sources of the solid waste and waste discharge. They also mapped the dwellings within the informal settlement. They also mapped flood prone areas. And then they submitted this as findings in the form of a policy brief and recommendations to the city. And the good thing is then the city took these recommendations up. They came back to the community, and together with the students, they were able to then come up with a program, and they were able to implement a very successful pilot waste management project with the communities. They employed part of the communities, they worked with the community leaders, the students were in there, and for the first time ever, the city was able to go in without conflict. They were able to schedule pickups, and then the community was able to sort the waste. And they were able to sort the waste to the extent of recycling, reuse, and then most important for some of us with an environmental background, they were able to then restore the ecosystem, because part of the issues to do with flooding had to do a lot with littering and waste dumping into the riverbank and the river. So they were able to then clear that up, some of the clogged drainages, and then the river began to flow properly without flooding its banks. Isn't that wonderful? So they also, the student went ahead in the second phase to develop a disaster management plan, a disaster early warning system. But I have to also emphasize that some of you might be sitting there and thinking this is all about students. No, they will be working with instructors, lecturers, researchers they play a supervisory role. So they were then able to reduce the occurrence and peak impacts of frequent flooding in this area. The city was impressed. They came in. They also put in some money, up to 350,000 US dollars, to be able to pilot some of the work. And then they were able to then scale up. In the third version, they then went to another community, and they were able to then work with other municipalities, up to 6 municipalities and up to 6 other river catchments. So it's interesting to see how this the work can start, how it can scale up and continue to work with students. So you can check out some of the stories on our website. And last but definitely not least, Mombasa is on the list. So I just beamed part of their recent report there. So Dr. Nato and his team, they are working with the EPIC model to, first of all, they worked to address COVID-19, but more recently, solid waste management in Mombasa. And out of interest, they were able to categorize the waste into 12 components, which I have put up there in the first slide. Is the first 6. And it's interesting as a result to see how diverse the waste they are finding is, from organic waste, biodegradable materials, glass, and so forth. And then it goes all the way to clothes, textiles, Tetra Pak products, famous number 12, Pampers, that all of us don't know what to do with, because to some extent, they are not easily biodegradable. So in conclusion, they were able to see that 18% of the waste is actually recoverable waste, which can be retrieved for recycling. So that's very significant, and it's also helpful for the local government and in them being able to come up with a waste management policy. And this work is continuing. We will, of course, talk about it a little bit more next week when we meet. But they also saw that there were differences if when they classified the different households, high income, low income, and medium income. So there are a lot of recommendations coming from there. And again, they are working with students. So to conclude, anyone can join the EPIC network. This was just a snippet, but I hope that you can see the links between how we are trying to make sure that a lot of the research that is done by researchers, by students, by universities is relevant by working with communities. As a parting shot, I'm an environmentalist by background, and my husband is a political scientist. And every time I would talk about my work, like you are doing in this conference, at the end of the day, he would ask me, so where are the people? I would talk about fish, I'll talk about water. And he would say, so where do the people come in? So it's about relevance. Who is going to buy your product? Who's going to believe in your patent? And how do you convince them that it's important and relevant and package it? It's about working in collaboration and with these communities. So those are some of the links. Dr. Nato can share them with you, and also this presentation can be shared with you. So the second last slide that I'll leave on is that we do have an upcoming conference that is set for June. Anyone can register. We will be sharing as much as possible from the network. And it's both online and also in person in the US. And that is us. Thank you so much for allowing me this privilege to share a little bit about EPIC. And I hope that we can continue in discussion. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mzime. Let's clap for Dr. Mzime. I hope you can hear the round of applause from where you are seated. Thanks a lot for the wonderful presentation. Yes. And now, if you allow us, we will have a session of a few questions posed to you. But I just want to emphasize, just like you have said, the EPIC network is is open for any academia, anybody to join. It's a big network, as Dr. Mzime has said. The concept is about bringing communities, local government or authorities, and the academia together, with the understanding that communities have issues and problems that need to be solved. Universities have unlimited knowledge and technology that they can address those issues. And more importantly, that local authorities have the responsibility to address those issues, but they may be lacking the knowledge and the technology, which then is available in the university. So that tripartite arrangement is powerful, I believe, in addressing community issues. But just as I open up the floor for questions, Dr. Mzime, I may start by asking one question to you. The fact that there has to be collaboration between communities, local authorities. For Kenya is counties and the universities. In your 6 years experience with working in the network, have you faced any challenges that you can report in terms of making sure that all the three players actually work together and achieve results?
That's a very interesting question. You know, whenever you put two or more people, you are going to have conflict. I always say, if you can have conflict within yourself, what more if you bring a second person? So yes, we have experienced conflict. In some areas, we find that it's even difficult to explain or talk about EPIC within one institution. A lot of the issues or questions that always come up have to do with funding. And you know, us in Africa, we say we have no funding, we have no money, we have no resources, which actually is not so true, because we do have existing resources, and resources can be time, knowledge, management, and so forth. A lot of our members started off with very small projects. The University of Botswana that I was talking about only has 6 students working on their EPIC model. And these students are undergraduate students. They are working on the EPIC project within their research, final year research projects. And a lot of questions come up. Oh, what is this EPIC? The university is already working with society, but it's about the how, okay? And it's about coming together, and it's about lessons learned across a network. I mean, networking and collaborating is a whole field. And I think a lot of the lessons we're beginning to see are to do with similarities. A lot of the issues we face are similar, but convincing people, convincing the powers that be, the powers behind the powers, I think that's when we have a lot of conflict. Not so much with the communities. We find that a lot of the communities on the ground are very engaging. They are willing to participate once they understand what the model is about. A lot of the communities become very open when they see students, because you know, students, they are young, they are ambitious, they are naive to some extent, or innocent, if I may call it that. Some of the students who are working with actually go back and work with the EPIC model in their neighborhoods. And that really helps, because they are familiar faces, they are passionate about bringing solutions to their neighborhoods, to their families. But a lot of the conflict we then find has to do with the local government or authorities working with communities. A lot of the times, that relationship is not good at all. And we find that we have to really navigate those waters carefully, because there's a lot of conflict, especially to do with informal settlements, and in places where, you know, people are not abiding by local authority rules and so forth. And so our idea is to go into such conflict zones and still be able to have collaboration and solutions through the network. So those are some of the examples I can give you, Doc. Thanks so much for the question.
Yeah, thank you very much. So I'll pick a few questions from the audience for you. Anybody who has the question? Yes. Professor Irina.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation. I have a few comments and then some questions. The first one is that academicians are faced with one problem between the impact of ideas to impact. That is, there's this philosophy of publish or perish. And usually if you publish, it's difficult to get the other impacting thing, patents. So what is your weight between publishing or perishing versus patents? The other issue, right now we are concerned about the environment, about the high temperatures, global warming and so forth. But basically, that is related to the source of energies, which are fossil fuels. And energy is a matter of heavy discussion right now, even including right here in this region in Kenya, because the cleanest energy in relation to the carbon dioxide emission is nuclear. And I usually say we all use nuclear, it's only that our reactor is out there, what we call the sun. Because even solar energy, wind energy are all generated through the sun's energy. However, when we go now to the aspects of nuclear, there is the NIMBY, which is not in my backyard. And that is a debate that we are currently having here. But it's been there all over the place. In Philadelphia in 1979, when I was in Los Angeles, the same debate was there, especially when the nuclear reactor there created a hydrogen bubble and almost blew up. So the energy is clean in relation to the atmosphere and environment, but it's got its own very delicate issues in terms of nuclear waste, in terms of even unanticipated universe or world activity. The Fukushima accident, the reactors there were to use recyclable mixed plutonium oxide, but they did not expect the tsunami. Anyway, that is energy. But in order to get into these ideas to impact, when you're answering the first question, you talked about relationship between communities and so forth. You talked about time, you talked about matter, but in addition, or in order to do good, to have good impact and implement the resources in this continent, which in Zimbabwe some years ago when I attended a workshop on university industry linkages, the mineral world, minerals that we have, apart from other resources, are lacking one important aspect, and that is energy. So what would you say in relation to sources of energy, including the attempted pebble-bed modular reactor in South Africa, which was referred to as the elephant in the house? What do you say the relation between energy and other aspects, times, matter, and human resources, education? What is the significance? What importance should we put between those? Thank you.
Okay.
Dr. Msime, you've gotten the questions?
Yes, I tried my best to
Okay.
capture them, and I'll make an attempt to address them. Thank you so much for those comments. Very, very pertinent. And you know, I do come from a background of academia, so I really do understand the first part about the dilemma of publish or perish. And these are old age metrics that have been used to kind of measure performance advancement. They are used for promotion and so forth. I mean, if you do not publish, you certainly will perish as in academia. And now we are beginning to see a trend where there's also this push for researchers and academicians to also patent their products and be more innovative, and not just be producing academic products, which for me is a bit of a conflict. In my brief life, a lady never reveals her age, but I've never seen so much pressure as what is put on in academia, where it's not just about the research component. Now we are into innovation and technology. Okay. And at the same time, some of us are coming in and saying, oh, we have to make sure you are engaging the community, and whatever you are doing in terms of publishing, patenting, innovating, has to do with the community. And this same person, this same researcher, is also supposed to reach out to policy, practice, interfaces, and make sure whatever products are coming out of research, coming out of experimentation and so forth, is also in that domain. At the same time, you are also expected to teach and continue innovating in your teaching and so forth and so on. And all those things, you know, put a strain on one person. One person is supposed to publish, they're supposed to patent, they're supposed to teach, they're supposed to research, they're supposed to engage the community, engage decision makers and policy makers, and the list is endless. And it's a pity that we are stuck in our ways, in terms of, you know, our institutions and how we do things. But there is a bit of a pushback now, where we are beginning to say, what are the incentives? You know, in the developed world, you will find that a lot of resources are put into research and development. The workload for academicians is not as much. And then there's also a very clear career trajectory for early career researchers who want to go into research, who want to go into innovation, who want to go into technology. They don't suffer because they're not publishing. If they patent, they are fine. One patent is enough. But in our part of the world, we are not yet there. And it's because we still need a push, particularly from our governments and other stakeholders, to make sure that there are incentives, so that if a person has a patent, they're set for life. They don't have to fulfill all the other 100 duties. If they are all about publishing, if they are all about engaging, if they're all about influencing policy, they can concentrate on that. Anyway, and then to come back to the issue of energy, that's very topical. One person said to me they think that the next world war is going to be on water, but I think it's going to be on energy, because literally everywhere you look, the issue of energy is very topical. And it's like you said, it's about this balance where we need energy, we need to develop, we need to use energy in all our processes. If the renewable energy is not available, it's not viable, it's not invested into, then, what do we do? And then there's the whole dilemma of the fact that in Africa, we are the least emitters, and yet we bear the impacts of emitters, big emitters like India, Russia, and the US. And there's all this politics around environmental justice, around treaties, and so forth. Who pays who? Where does the money go? And all that. Some of it far beyond us. But let's bring it back to ourselves and what we can do. I think this is where I'm going to make the case of the EPIC model, or at least some of the tenets in starting with existing structures. We found that as researchers, when we approach a stakeholder, and when we say communities in the EPIC model, it's not just about the people, the local people or indigenous people and local communities. A community can be anything. They can be a bank, they can be in the public sector, they can be in the private sector. Anybody can be part of a community. So as researchers, when we approach communities, often if you have a solution that is of interest to them, that is going to make them money, that is going to make them look good, like for politicians, for example, that's it. So for me, it's about really coming together and beginning to discuss among us. In as much as you have the researchers, you have the solutions, you have the technologies, it's about coming together and harnessing those technologies. And of course, we have to be very cognizant of the health implications, the environmental degradation implications. And I am certain, sorry I didn't get your name, that we have the solution to the next renewable form of energy, or turning the non-renewable into somewhat less impacting, and it's within our reach. I don't see an Armageddon happening where all of us are going to perish because of these issues, but the solution is within us. And I think let's take this discussion a little further as we go, and even next week when we are on the ground. I hope that to some extent I have answered. These are really big issues, debatable, and topical. They are right on the forefront of news across the globe. And I would love to have a sit down and continue this discussion, but I hope that at least I've touched a few parts or parts of the solutions that we can garner together. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Mzime, for the elaborate response. The gentleman who posed the two questions is Professor Irina, whose fair is chemistry, and I think he's passionate about energy issues. And for your information, Kenya is putting in place the framework for tapping into the nuclear energy. So I think that's how the question was timely, I believe, because he's worried that where the plant is proposed is in his backyard, or next to his backyard. So not in my backyard, as he said. A few more questions for you, Dr. Mzime. I will pick one for Dr. Rahma, and then, yeah, 3 questions. Okay.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mzime. It was a wonderful presentation. I believe we'll see one another. We've been communicating through emails. NATO should make sure that I see Dr. Mzime next week. Okay, I think you have been having this epic collaboration with the county, Mombasa County. We'll be glad that we also have an MOU with the Technical University of Mombasa, and this, apart from MOU, it should be MOA, should be put in action. We have capacity, we have postgraduate students. We are privileged to have even Department of Environment and health sciences. I think what I've seen from your presentation, it has an impact on health. And we can take our postgraduate student to work on various aspects or objectives from what you are looking at. And I believe that as university, our mandate is to teach and to solve problems, especially to the community. What you have seen to the other country, in Africa, it is the same here in Kenya. Okay, that is number one. We are urging for us to have an MOU with you so that we can assist in solving problems. Number two, I think what I've seen, what you have published with the county, Mombasa County on solid waste management, what is next? From the list you've mentioned, the component of the waste management, what is next? There is a Swahili word which goes around saying takani, takani mali, means garbage is wealth. So from that garbage, what is the next step? Because I've seen we can have renewable energy from this waste, but we have been collecting it, and at the end we are not seeing any end results. Okay, we need to be very vigilant on the renewable energy. I wish you could have been here. There was one of the innovators was having energy gas from wastes, and she presented a cylinder whereby the gas was from waste products. So we can come up with this. We have innovators, but the problem is commercialization. We have ideas, we can patent ideas, but we need to commercialize this to move further. We need to make out of waste we have to get innovative ways of improving. This will result to good health, clean environment, increase in wealth, and even capacity, I mean postgraduate education side of through research. So I think as Africa, we are very rich on natural resources. We have enough heat, wind, water, but we are not using them. So the same, we also have a lot of waste. So I think the next very important, we need to work on the final product of the wastes. And how is EPIC, next, another thing is, how is EPIC relating to the climate change? Have you addressed climate change in your objectives as you work with various projects? Yes, that's all. Thank you.
Dr. Mzime, allow me to pick. I hope you have a pen and paper to pick, because many questions are coming, and then you can sum up all of them, isn't it? Good.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, just
That's fine. Thank you for the great update.
Dr. Mzime, just a few more questions.
Oh, more questions.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you for the great presentation. Just a quick comment, and I think it's a great work. This is what, not that it has been lacking, but I think the scale has been a bit low, especially in the, maybe in Africa or in Kenya. But my question would be, based on your experience and the projects that you have done, can you maybe share or highlight if you have integrated any technology, specifically ICTs, maybe in what you're doing? I'm trying to find a gap between the sustainability and if ICT could come in and maybe accelerate or help in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a question on integrating ICT. The next question.
Okay,
yes,
good morning, Dr. Mzime, and thank you for the presentation. My name is Ali Shea, and I'm a chemist by training, and I've worked, or my interest mostly is in wastewater treatment. However, in the presentation, I see like we are interested here in Mombasa on solid waste management because it's the main problem. And from the slides you presented, there was some, you identified some type of waste, and you are able to like identify and group them into different classes. I think 8 classes. From these 8 classes, I could not see some other type of waste which are also common, like batteries, sharp objects such as needles, knives, and also we have electronic waste and organic biodegradable waste. And just to highlight here, my issue is in waste management, normally we can always say waste management starts from the individual, and it can be the industry, the person at home, the person on the street. So the issue of waste management starts with the individual, and also should accompany waste segregation, the way we have identified the type of waste, because once we have segregated the waste into different compartments, then we can be able to find a solution to that particular waste. For example, organic biodegradable waste, this type of waste, maybe from fruits, from vegetables, I think it's among the, it comes from different sources in marketplaces, from homes, also from agricultural areas. And this waste is valuable because it is rich in nutrients, nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, and it can maybe in one way it can be converted into fertilizers for use in the form of biochar or hydrochar. And also, we can also convert this waste into maybe activated charcoal and use it for wastewater treatment. So my issue here is on segregation. But segregation, most government policies, when they address the issue of waste management, they introduce fines, and this is, creates problems or creates resistance to waste management. So my idea is, how do we involve everyone in the waste management? So my idea is, can we provide incentives? How do we provide incentives so that people can be motivated to do waste segregation from their workplaces, from their homes, from the street? Because when we do motivation, for example, if I know if I've accumulated maybe my pineapple waste and I've sorted it out and I can take it somewhere where if I take it there, then I can get an incentive, it can be monetary incentive, then I'll be motivated to do it, right? Yeah, and that is my take, but also who pays for this? Yeah, maybe you can engage on that.
Yeah, thank you, Mzime. That is a question on waste segregation. Finally, before you respond, Professor Odalo.
Okay, thank you, the moderator. Thank you, Regina. It's been a long time. And I want to indicate that the EPIC thing is a good thing which happened to this city. In fact, our experience in Durban, just at the age of COVID, was really a plus to us as a city, and we were able to engage the university and the county government in solving some community issues. But my comment, Regina, goes towards the EPIC framework. From my observation, in fact, in your presentation, talk about some guys who joined EPIC and they have since left, or maybe the activities have since collapsed. And what I'm observing is that maybe EPIC, we need to improve on the framework so that we sustain these collaborations. Like when we had Geoffrey, Dr. Nato at the county, it was easy for us in the university to collaborate with the county government because we had a contact person. But now, how do we grow EPIC beyond personalities so that we can be able to sustain the activities of EPIC? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Mzime. How we grow EPIC beyond personalities. If you didn't get your breakfast, Dr. Mzime, more questions are coming. So I think the last one before I close, because I think we are supposed to finish at 10. Dr. Muhoro, the final one.
Thank you, Dr. Mzime. Mine is, you talked about waste coming from the peri-urban, but now majority of the waste comes from the core. Once you talk about a town, that's where the waste comes from. But again, it is dumped at the peri-urban. But you also noted that that waste is usually found even 10 kilometers downstream. So that is where the agricultural sector usually happens. So has there been any studies on the other impacts to the other sectors of the economy? Because my area is on tourism, so you can expect that I'll be talking about the agro-tourism, the agriculture, so such other areas, because like what Dr. Udu talked about, Taka ni wealth, it has some element of wealth there. But again, I was talking about segregation, but it has been touched on. So the question is on the other sectors of the economy, because it touches on the other sectors. Because on top of agriculture, there was health issues. You see, it has some health, like heavy metals, some antibiotics, such. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Mseme. So the impact of waste on other sectors. So take your time. Where there are gaps, I will fill in. We are in this thing together. So please give your response, Dr. Mzime.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the questions. It's always a privilege when questions come because it shows interest, and hopefully that we are talking about things that are relevant. So I'll start off with the question to do with what is next, right? I did not get the Swahili proverb, but that garbage is wealth, which is very, very true. And that we need vigilance on renewable energy and how do we do commercialization. So what I've noticed when we are working within our network is the issue that we have with a lot of the researchers have to do with the fact that they have a finished product and then they put it on the table and say, here is a great product. I need somebody to help me commercialize or upscale it. And we are saying that approach seems to be a problem because a lot of the communities, whether it's investors, financiers, banks, insurers, and so forth, governments, and all, they already have existing programs, existing research and development work. And so when we then bring products to them, whether they are completed products or products that need to be completed, most of the times that is not taken up. And what we are saying in EPIC is start with the community, right? So in the example, it was the students, the instructors, the universities approaching the local government. So in some instances, it doesn't have to be the local government. It can be other authorities, environmental management authorities, for example, water authorities, health agencies and authorities, and have the dialogue first before embarking into the research, and then beginning to say, okay, what is the issue? What are the problems? What would you like to be solved? Then from there, when you then bring the product as an answer, it's very easy to commercialize or for the partners and those stakeholders to take that up. So I think this bottom-up approach is what we are emphasizing. And I think that's where we've been using it as the university, where we have brilliant ideas. I mean, this energy gas in the cylinder, for example, it's brilliant. But no matter how brilliant it is, you find there are no takers. Or in the end, you have somebody else picking it up because it's not patented, or the intellectual property rights are not framed well. So the commercialization for me starts from the engagement process, when we engage first, and then we begin to do demand-driven research. And our product then can be taken up easily. So in terms of the garbage, we found that a lot of the cities that are looking at garbage are starting off by talking to the local government and saying, what is the problem? Then they say, oh, this community, they are very volatile. We can hardly get into this community, or there are no roads because it's an informal settlement. Then the instructors, the researchers, the students go into the community, start talking to them, and then the research process comes from there. So this is what we are really emphasizing, the bottom-up approach, and it becomes easier to commercialize and to scale up. So in terms of Momco's, Dr. Nato is there, after the survey and taking those results to the local government, this is the next stage that the EPIC work in Mombasa is going to do. And we are really going to talk about it more. Many of you will be able to join us. And then we were also told that there's an MOU and an MOA between the university and the county government. That is, in fact, for a lot of the successes we've, a lot of the partnerships have been framed within a formal agreement like MOUs and MOAs. And then within that framework, a lot of work or different areas such as, agriculture, ICT, health, energy, and so forth can then be addressed. So I'm glad that at least that step has taken place in Mombasa, and we can also share some of the templates that we have of MOUs and MOAs and how some of our cities have navigated that. And then the other question, I think related to that, let me just look at my notes, again has to do with scale. And the question was, how do we integrate technology and ICT? I will share a few examples. Because of time, I was not able to share. With a lot of the work that has been done in Africa, I would say that two cities, number one, Durban, have been able to have outputs and products that are tangible. So in Durban, most of the recyclable materials has been turned into products such as briquettes, smart bricks, and these cost less and they've been able to be used. And then in Makerere University in Kampala, as well as in another settlement, informal settlement called Mbale, they were able to, during the COVID period, come up not only with a sanitizer, but a booth that could sanitize, if I'm getting the figures correct, up to 500 people at a time. So instead of using, the one by one, this booth could take so many people at one time. And I don't remember the exact place, but it was also to do with ferrying the people across from an island to the main town. So that was very welcome. In Uganda, we've got Professor Were and his team there. And then another example that I can give you is from Asia. It's just that I couldn't share a lot from there. And it had to do with water quality management. The students there were able to produce, and not necessarily patent, but biofilters that were very relevant for that particular wastewater within the city. And that one related to tourism. I know I'm going to come back to the question on tourism. That city had an issue with the main waterway because aesthetically it was not looking good, the smells, everything. So when the EPIC project came in, they were able to clean up the water using these biofilters. It's not a very new way, but somehow no one was, looking at it as a solution, and they were able to clean up the water. the aesthetics went up, the smell went away, and you know, they were able to start gaining good reputation in their visitors back into the city because of that. So those are some of the examples. There's a lot more on our website and from all the other regions. Another one that is in Mexico had to do with greening the city. So, you know, working on zoning the city, working on making sure that there are a lot of trees, not only fruit trees and so forth and so on. And that was a solution that the community actually recommended, and then that was taken up by the city. And there are very nice pictures that show the before and after. And so those are some examples. And then I think a last one on that one, nearer home is Nairobi. That project was looking at how they can improve walkability within the city for pedestrians, because there was a lot of traffic. So they were able to block off, you know, streets from traffic, so that they improve walkability. And then they had awareness days and so forth and so on. And then that solution was taken up permanently by the city, just to make sure that reduced accidents and incidents, and people were then able to walk more freely within the central business district, or what we sometimes call town. And that had to do a lot with ICTs, because they then had to change their robotics around signages, around traffic signs, and around cycling tracks, walking tracks, and so forth and so on. So that's an example I'm sure that you would be interested in, because you talked about ICT. And then there was another question to do with waste categories or segregation. And I'm glad you picked up organic biodegradable waste. That also came out of the survey in Mombasa, and all those other wastes, batteries, needles, electronic waste. And I really like this idea that waste management starts with the individual. And I will share from my own personal life that for the past, I would say, over 10 years, because, you know, service in most of our cities is an issue, garbage collection. I don't know about Mombasa, but where I've lived, it's, you know, the collection is late. Sometimes they don't come on time. It's not regular, and so forth and so on. So we were finding that a lot of our organic waste will start rotting. And then you have issues to do with odor. You have issues to do with dogs, for example, now trying to sniff and getting rotting material and so forth. So we decided as our household to have composting. So instead of putting the organic waste into what we call the garbage for collection, we then designed in our backyard a composting system where the organic waste goes. And I tell you, the waste material reduced. We now only have paper, glass, plastic, and we no longer have all those issues to do with rotting and waste. Sometimes when it rains, we just, you know, tie the plastic. The dogs never come to our place because nothing is rotting. And then we are able to then use the compost in our garden. So at that individual level, we are able to practice, you know, waste management. And anyone who comes through to our place, we are always telling them, start composting, you know, when they complain about waste. So I totally agree. And then to do with the issues to do with government introducing fines and so forth, I think that's really great work for you to take up, because it will be important to then engage the government on these fines. Imagine going to government with the results of the survey from Mombasa and not starting off by saying, why are you introducing fines? But starting off by saying, look, we conducted this survey, it's robust. we were able to work with students from the university. These are the categories that we found. These are the recommendations in terms of segregation. This is how we can reuse. This is how we can, all those solutions. I would believe that the government would easily take this up and even use some of these fines to fund that kind of work and research. And then great to hear from you, Dr. Odalo. I hope we'll be able to see you next week on the EPIC model framework and how to improve sustainability. That is always a question that comes up again and again. I'm sure you remember in Durban, we stopped the training and we said, okay, let's talk about sustainability. So we found that there's a lot of, what do you call it? There's a lot of brain drain. There's a lot of turnover, especially at the local government side. The example that you gave us was perfect. You had Dr. Nato there, everything was going okay. Then as soon as he leaves, it becomes difficult to engage. So we found that we've had to go back to some of the cities, like after Mombasa, we're going to Lusaka, because between 2020 and now, 2024, they've had 4 mayors. That's really high. So they've had to introduce the project, the EPIC model again and again. Also at the university, they've had a lot of high turnover. So we found that within our context, it's important to do a lot of refresher training, refresher courses, continue with the network, not to have individuals, but the model institutionalized. So it's not on somebody's personal laptop and it's not a personal, passionate project, but it's institutionalized within the university, within the local government, such that if we lose a person or a personality, that is not going to fall away. So that's something that we are working on and trying to make sure that we have records as well that are kept by the institutions and not by the individuals, that can also be passed on and as part of the institutional memory. But again, it's work over time, and I hope we can continue. And then I think the last one had to do from Kamuhoro around waste coming from the core, but it's dumped within the peri-urban and how it affects other sectors of the economy. That is very true. I mean, that's why we are calling waste such a cross-cutting issue, because it cuts across the health, even transport, energy, and so forth and so on. And I can imagine how it can affect tourism. So if we don't address the issue of health of waste in a holistic manner, then it will be piecemeal. We will just be scratching the surface. And so that's why we then emphasize this transdisciplinary approach. So you find that, for example, in Botswana, it's students coming from environmental science, from biological science, from chemistry, from tourism, from ICT. So the students are not coming from one discipline, but they are coming from those different disciplines because they found if they are going to proffer any solutions, then they need to look at it holistically. So that's the only way we can do it. So that's why we find most of our work and what we recommend is that we use a transdisciplinary approach. And transdisciplinary simply means that you leave what you know in your discipline, you put yourself in the shoes of the other discipline, and then it's easier to then collaborate and work together. Because the people from tourism like yourself can insist, oh, we want to make sure this is the solution and it's just about tourism. But you might find that there's a loophole or blind spot that has to do with energy, that has to do with power dynamics. So you need political scientists in there. You might even need psychologists. In Durban, for example, because of the flooding frequency, a lot of damage to infrastructure, loss of lives was going on. And when this EPIC project came in those particular vulnerable spots, they then discovered that the people needed psychological support. So they then brought in psychologists to be able to counsel them and to talk to them through the process. But at the same time, they were also looking at environmental and ecosystem restoration. They were also looking at how to convert some of the waste into usable materials. So there was engineering in there. There were the environmentalists in there. There were the water specialists in there to do with flooding and denudation and so forth. And then you had the psychologists. I mean, yes, it's in Mombasa. I think it's in Mombasa. It's about building awareness using an art exhibition, which is, you know, rarely do you find waste and art coming together, but it's about raising awareness among the communities. So it's really about looking at the transdisciplinary approach and approaching it that way. So tourism becomes a part of that ecosystem, and then you can have solutions that are more holistic. So I'll stop here. I hope I've answered as much as I can and that we can continue the discussions when we are on the ground. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Dr. Mzime, for that. The leadership of Dr. Mini Ndege to do the waste audit. And the report that is presented, just answering on what Dr. Ali had asked, is 12 fractions. That's what they found out. And this was based on the SDG 11.6 Westwise Cities tool that was developed by UN Habitat in 2019. So under those 12 fractions, all the waste that you have mentioned are actually involved there. The issue of segregation was flagged out. There is no segregation in the study area that they went to. And luckily in Mombasa, a number of organizations have also already picked that up. The European Investment Bank has bumped some resources, I don't know whether it's 20 million or so, in building the infrastructure for segregation in Likoni. So I think that is something that is working now. Then we have 5 students who are taking diploma in graphic design. Those ones now, they are developing graphics that then become as a tool of awareness creation. And I think those graphics have been done this week. So next week we are going to have a community workshop because the graphics were done between the graphic students and the community themselves. And so we are going to tell them what the products look like. We have 2 students from ICT, and the 2 students from ICT, what they are doing, they are developing computer animations. And the computer animations are also an awareness creation on the responsible waste management. Then we have 2 students who are taking a Bachelor of Broadcast Journalism. And those 2 students, they are developing a film. And this film, they went to the ground, interacted with the communities. The community flagged out issues, the impacts of waste management that touched on public health, on security, and the economy. So they are now doing a film that then will bring that out, and I think a 15-minute film or so. And I think that film will be out in the next 2 weeks or so. So a lot of work is happening now. And then I think we have another partner to us, not within the EPIC model as such, who is developing a dashboard that then can be used to identify where recyclables are. For those ones who want to mop them and take them to the market, they can easily find that. So that interface is also in the works. So a lot of work happening. Previously, as Dr. Mzime mentioned, we were engaged in COVID-19. Professor Odalo was very key in developing a solution that was used in the sanitizer booths. I think some of you passed through them when you are going to the ferry or in Kongowea market. So that is also was within the the EPIC framework. So we are on the ground, I believe, but as Dr. Udu says, an MOU or an MOA should be in the works, and I think we will finalize that next week when Dr. Mzime comes around. So I think with those questions and answers and the presentation, I want to thank all of you for your active participation, and Dr. Mzime specifically for sacrificing your breakfast. I know your timelines are different from us, but I want to believe that with this engagement now you can go and enjoy your full breakfast. So let's give a round of applause to Dr. Mzime. And just to inform you, Dr. Mzime, that we are breaking for tea. Likely you will not join us here, but you can take it from where you are, and then you will send us the invoice, we can pay the bill. Thank you very much, Dr. Udu. Program back to you.
Thank you, Dr. Mzime. We'll also like to acknowledge and appreciate the presence of the VC for Masinde Muliro, University of Science and Technology. Okay, we are very happy you are part of us, and I know your members have been with us since Tuesday. We don't take it on granted. We appreciate, and we believe that we'll be together once you have your function to your university. Karibu sana Mombasa. Okay. Dr. Mzime, we really appreciate your time. You know, we know that you are a busy woman, and we are glad that you are part of EPICS with our county, and you are seeing it forward that will be part of TUM soon, because you have already engaged our students in solving solutions. We are very glad to see that our students from bachelor's and master's are already involved in solving the problem for the community. I think this is just to thank appreciation for members to show up. I see that several have also joined in. It was a very interesting topic, which not only EPICS, but as an individual, we should take it. It is an individual effort in waste management that we should be concerned so that we can keep our environment clean. But I think you didn't answer one of my questions, how did you relate with the climate change? I was really waiting for it. But anyway, maybe we can have this further discussion with you next week when you are in Mombasa. Thank you very much, and I think we'll end up the session now for our keynote speaker. Thank you very much, Dr. Mzime Murisa. And as we break for tea, you can leave at your own comfort. Next, we'll have presentations. There'll be two sessions. One group will be in the School of Medicine and one group will be here. The ones who are going to the School of Medicine will be chaired, I think, Dr. Rispa, Rapo, Dr. Alishe, there is Chilimo, and Dr. Jane Mwangi. They'll be in School of Medicine. Then the next group that is chaired by Dr. Godfrey Nato and Dr. Sylvia Mutua, they'll remain here. And there is a change of program, just slightly, because there were some to present yesterday afternoon, but because the session took so long, those people will present today. So 3 of them will be here. So kindly, before you move, for those who are to present yesterday afternoon, to see me or Dr. Sylvia, and they'll be guided appropriately where to go. Okay. Thank you very much. So mujipige makofi. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Okay, we give a round clap for Dr. Mzime as she's leaving for this conference. Thank you very much, and God bless you. Okay. Someone say bye.
Work skills, entrepreneurship skills, people skills, and also money skills. So we are encouraging the students of Technical University of Mombasa to be able to get into this platform, register, and in there they will be able also to get keynote speeches. Through that, they'll be able to interact through our webinars, and they'll be able also to get certificates. What we are doing here is to just prepare the students to be able to get into the work environment. We are also rolling out our flagship product, that is our ABSA Ignite account. As we teach the students money skills, we are also teaching them how to operate accounts well. And we have an account we are calling ABSA Ignite for the students. And this is an account where they are able to operate with very few charges, like the ATM withdrawal is 20 bob, they get a free ABSA debit card, and we all know how much that costs. So we are able to help them to be able to operate digitally. And we also want to thank Professor Leila and the staff of TUM for just working with us. We recently signed up our addendum, which is enabling all the employees of Technical University of Mombasa to be able to access the affordable mortgage at 9% per annum on a reducing balance. So this is a big step for us, and most of the lecturers have been able to take this up. It is actually a partnership that we have with the Kenya Mortgage Refinance Company to be able to enable us to own homes, and this is actually targeting first-time homeowners. You can choose the preferred location of your choice, and we finance 105%. So we really want to thank the university for partnering with us. We are always ready to partner with you guys and be able to see what we can be able to do to add value to the university, to the students, and even to the staff and the whole population at large. So really many thanks, we appreciate. We are here and we've been here throughout the week. Kindly just engage with us. We can do so much with what we have at ABSA. So feel free to come and engage with us and get the solutions, investment solutions, and many others that we have that you can be able to tap into. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Nancy. Members, as we break for tea, after the session that is for 10:30 to, from 10:30, yes. Please, we will be having lunch after this session, and we'll have our closing ceremony at 2. You are all welcome, because since this was a hybrid event, we also have an innovation which is going around. Prof, you can have a look. And it is a very interesting, several event, hackathons, competition. Will be giving awards to the best students. That will be done from 2 to 3. So you are all welcome. We started well, and we need to finish up well, God willing. Thank you very much.
Good morning. How are you this side? Eh? Sasa unajua nyinyi mko ile inaitwa left wing eh? So how are you left wing eh? You came later and tea was being served. I hope you have had your cup of tea or you'll go after this. Eh? Okay, so I'm informed that where you are seated, if you see an empty chair before you, just go to that empty chair where you are seated. If you see an empty chair before you. Emirates. I want an empty chair before you. Yeah, we move. Eh? If you see an empty chair before you, just move. Eh? So we want to begin our morning session of presentations today, and we have quite a number of presentations arranged. As you had been informed, there are other presentations that are currently taking place in the School of Medicine. And here we probably will have about 5 presentations or thereabout that should take us from now to 1 when we'll have lunch. I'll be chairing this session, and my rapporteur will be Dr. Sylvia Mtua. I just want, before we begin, I want to recognize the presence of the Vice Chancellor from Masinde Muliro University of Science and Technology, Professor Charles Mutai, to a VA, please. Vice Chancellor of Masinde Muliro. And the Vice Chancellor is accompanied with Dr. Lydia Anyonje, who has been with us, I think, from Tuesday, and Dr. Susma. I hope I've gotten the name right, from Masinde Muliro University, the powerful delegation from Masinde Muliro University. We have also been having a representative from Barara University, Uganda. I hope I saw her in the morning keynote address. I hope she'll join us for this session as well. So I think without taking much time, we want to delve into today's presentation, and most of the presentation, as you look at your program, they are in ICT. And I want to start with the first presentation that was supposed to have been done yesterday, but we didn't have time because of the panel on marine issues. So our first presentation will be by Joseph Odhiambo. Joseph Odhiambo is our staff in the Department of, the Institute of Computing and Informatics. And Joseph will be presenting his paper on mapping population densities and waste management systems in Mombasa County using GIS and remote sensing techniques. Joseph has had a very interesting angle in his research interests, looking at the nexus between religion and technology. You will be surprised that I think on Tuesday or so, he did a presentation on a model, an ICT model that helps the Catholic Church to qualify candidates who can be priests. You can imagine. Eh? So you will go into the model, and the model will tell you, no, you are not fit for priesthood. Maybe you have had quite a number of projects before, that kind of stuff. So that is his interest, and he has also had an interest in microplastics. But today we want to look at what he has to tell us on how we can do mapping of waste management systems in Mombasa. Welcome, Joseph. Tumpigie makofi akija.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Good morning. Yes, the discourse on waste management is ongoing, and we want to do a literature review on mapping population density, waste management system in Mombasa country. This is a literature review of GIS and remote sensing techniques. Mostly the work that has been done, we have been leaving out the aspect of population. and we've been tackling waste management minus the population. But we know that Mombasa County is a city, and it's a growing city where the population comes from the upcountry. And when you look at the waste management system that is already in place, may not be able to accommodate the population. So we are saying that the population growth in Mombasa County is driven by rural-urban migration and is projected to continue increasing. And the population has surged from 900,000 in 2009 to about 1.2 million in 2019, where this number is increasing. By 2027, this number would go to approximately 1.5 million. When you look at Vita only, Vita is a sub-country. We have about 10,543 persons per square kilometer. And Kisauni, which is also a sub-county, has the lowest of 3,328 persons. So these variations in population density across sub-counties highlight the need for targeted policies and programs to address the unique challenges and opportunities presented. Now, the problem statement is urbanization and migration into Mombasa County have increased waste generation, posing a growing challenge for waste management. Now, we know ICT solve most of the problems. And our review, we want to look at the solutions that have been presented so far, and if there is a gap, then we can be able to handle from that point where the GIS, which is Geographical Information System, and remote sensing provide valuable tools for mapping and analyzing population densities, offering data that can inform evidence-based decision-making for waste management in the county. Our main objective is to examine the methodologies employed in mapping population densities in Mombasa County through the application of GIS and remote sensing techniques. So we want to look at literature and the work that has been done, especially using these two technologies, that is GIS and remote sensing techniques. And our approach, we are going to look at literature review. And in our look at literature review, we searched electronic databases, including PubMed, IEEE Explore, Google Scholar, and also relevant studies published between 1990 and 2023. Our search terms included Mombasa County, population density, waste management, GIS, and remote sensing. The criteria for the study, they included study if they focused on mapping population densities or waste management in Mombasa County using GIS and remote sensing techniques. And then data extracted from selected studies included the study objectives, methodology, data sources, GIS and remote sensing techniques used, key findings and limitations. Those were the data that were extracted. Then that underwent synthesized to identify common methodologies and techniques used in mapping population densities and waste management system in Mombasa County. Also in our methodology, we looked at the quality assessment, where the quality of selected study was assessed using criteria adapted from the Newcastle, Ottawa scale for observational studies. Studies then were evaluated based on the clarity of their research objectives as the key, methodology, data sources, and analysis techniques. Then ethical consideration, basically because it's a review, so ethical approval was not required for this literature review as it involved the analysis of already published studies. However, ethical considerations related to data privacy and confidentiality were taken into account during the analysis. And the methodologies that were used, that is for mapping population density using GIS remote sensing, there are various techniques, and these techniques, they include weighting interpolation. I'm going to introduce some terminologies that are very tough, like weighting interpolation, pycnophilastic interpolation, and daisy metric mapping. Okay? Then in Kenya, techniques such as random forest and predictive modeling, that is GRASP, have been applied for population estimation. Maybe I can highlight on some of those terminologies. Like one I mentioned about spatial. This refers to anything related to space, particularly in terms of how things are arranged and distributed in a specific area, and that's very key in this particular study. Then we have weighting interpolation. This is a method used in geographical analysis to estimate values for locations where data is not directly available. Then we have the pycnophilastic interpolation. This is a spatial interpolation method used to estimate values for locations where data is not available based on the density of known values in the surrounding area. The technique is commonly used in demographic and population studies to estimate population densities for regions where census or survey data is sparse or unavailable. Then another term is daisy metric mapping, which is a technique used to improve the accuracy of mapping population and other attribute data by refining the boundaries of areas based on ancillary data. There's the GRASP, which is a geo-referenced regional aggregated system for population estimation. Okay, this is a method used for population estimation, again, in areas where traditional census data may be unavailable or incomplete. So the related studies are tabulated. I don't want to highlight each of the findings because basically our objective, the key areas we were looking at were the methodology and then the findings and also the analysis. So those are tabulated there. And the assessment of waste management in Mombasa County based on this literature review. So we find that Mombasa County generates 2,200 tons of waste daily, but only 65% is collected, posing significant health risk. And the primary landfill is situated far from the city center, leading to increased transportation costs and environmental issues. Like what we have now is Mwakirunge. So Mwakirunge is very far from the city center. And the projected population growth and increase in waste generation highlight the need for proactive measure. And to enhance efficiency, the county plans to increase the number of collection trucks from 22 to 43. And despite the expansion of waste collection fleets, challenges persist, including reliance on private waste handlers who charge very expensive in terms of transport. Okay, now in terms of analysis, again from the review, spatial analysis of population density and waste management infrastructure is as follows, that spatial analysis offers valuable insight into the interaction between demographic trends and waste management. Kisauni, being a sub-county with a population of about 201,000 and above, is the most densely populated, likely due to factors such as access to low-cost housing. Changamwe is a little bit less populated, okay, and it's due to poor infrastructure and inadequate social amenities. So the study identified 10 designated waste collection points strategically located in densely populated areas. So what are the challenges and opportunities that were highlighted? So challenges in waste management include a lack of proper infrastructure, inadequate waste disposal facilities, and challenging public behavior. And some of our discussions in the morning, somebody mentioned about that, like waste should start from individual. So players in the informal waste collection sector often lack proper training in waste handling practices, and opportunities still exist for advancing waste management practices, such as through composting and exploring waste to energy technologies. There is also a need to establish waste management information system and promote recycling initiative. And that's basically the gap we were looking for in this review. And collaboration and innovation are also essential for developing robust waste management system. So what is the implication for urban planning and environmental management? Integrating GIS and remote sensing techniques facilitates evidence-based policy formulation, and spatial analysis of population densities and waste management infrastructure informs urban planning decisions. This integration helps to optimize resource allocation and enhance service delivery for sustainable development. Also, there is an emphasis on addressing emerging challenges in waste management and environmental sustainability. So our discussion is that several techniques have been devised for mapping population census data, such as aerial weighting interpolation, picnophilastic interpolation, and DAISY metric mapping. So these techniques, like random forest and predictive modeling, have been utilized in Kenya for population estimation. But these studies have shown close correspondence with the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics census data. And the application of advanced spatial analysis techniques can inform urban planning and sustainable development strategies in Mombasa. So we find that there is still a gap in terms of the population and the waste management. So mapping between the population, especially the growth of population, and the waste management is still wanting, where we still have work to do. So there is a need to employ advanced GIS and remote sensing techniques for urban planning and environmental management in Mombasa County. So highlighting disparities in waste collection services and underserved areas identified through spatial analysis calls for strategic resource allocation. And recognition of projected increase in waste generation require proactive measures to enhance waste management infrastructure. Our recommendation is invest in upgrading waste collection fleets and expanding waste disposal facilities to meet future demand. Implement public awareness campaigns to promote responsible waste disposal practices. As one of the presenters said, that waste management stems from individual. Collaborate with private sector stakeholders and community-based organizations to address waste management challenges, and integrate spatial analysis into urban planning processes for enhancing decision-making and sustainable development. So, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Joseph. I think you will remain there to respond to a few questions. If anybody has a question, please. Any question? Can we have another mic?
Thank you so much for that wonderful presentation, Mr. Odhiambo. This waste management, waste is a pandemic actually in most parts of our country, and I'm happy that you went in to look at how it should be managed. More importantly, using the remote sensing technique. I have a few questions. The first question is about what comprised remote sensing technique to map now these population densities in Mombasa County. what's actually comprised. Then the second question is, when we talk about waste, I don't know what comprised waste, because we have water waste, we have different types of waste. So I don't know which wastes were you looking at in this particular study. And following the pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic, where we were having so many people, water, where we would wash our hands, yes, but I don't know if you put this into consideration, the water waste management for infectious diseases. My last question is, you have mentioned the socio-economic status of a particular community in a given geographical location. Did you find out other factors associated with the spread of the waste or the weight of the waste, as you've given that some parts you could collect 2,200 tons of waste daily in a given community? What are the, did you find out some other factors that affect the weight of the waste? Thank you so much. Back to you.
Can I respond to the questions? Okay. The first question, I would let it pass, but let me go to your second question. The second question is about the type of waste. Okay, basically because of mapping, we were looking at the hard waste, that is the hard waste, okay, that is pileable, okay, that is can be collected. But again, on the same waste, because of other factors like rains, they can still drain, can be still drained to the ocean and affect other organisms in the ocean, which again comes back to human being. Okay, so, but basically we were looking at that type of waste. Okay, yes.
Thank you so much.
Karibu.
Yeah.
So you want to throw the first question to somebody in the house? You jumped it? Okay. Any other question? Yeah, you know when you are moderating and there is no question, you ask the question. So I have two questions for you on behalf of the audience. Number one, one of your recommendation is that there is need to increase the county fleet, so that they can carry the waste. But my understanding about the problem in that section is you may have many fleets, but then there is a problem of the drivers. When they are asked to move with the truck to the site, they can do a few monkey businesses within estates, car loans or something else. How do you help the county using technology to track the fleet as it moves from the point of generation or collection to the point of disposal? That's number one. Number two, you have mentioned that we have illegal dump sites a lot in the county. And some of these illegal dump sites may not be known by the county department responsible for waste management. So how does your technology, remote sensing or whatever, help in locating this illegal dump site that may not be easily noticeable by the county department? Two questions, please.
Thank you. Those are very wonderful questions. That's why the topic is mapping population densities and waste management system in Mombasa, okay? We were looking at the solutions that are already in place. But we discovered the solutions that are in place are still wanting, okay? And that, for tracking the trucks that dispose waste, okay? Most of the trucks do not have tracking devices. So that's what we will be picking up from there, so that those trucks have tracking devices. Again, when you talk about the locations, okay, where we will be using the sensing that is IoT to be able to track the locations. Again, this goes again with the policy makers in trying to map the dumping sites and having those gadgets that we can be able to track on the dumping sites. So this is our solutions that we are going to pick from there.
Okay, thank you. So the next question comes from the Vice Chancellor.
Thank you, Mr. Odhiambo, for that good presentation. I have one question for you.
Yes, yes.
You have highlighted a very important step of intervention on this waste management.
Yes.
However, I was just looking at it. There is the stakeholder, that is the person generating the waste.
Exactly.
Don't you think they need to have a better understanding of the spatial distribution of waste generation so that with them you can develop a targeted intervention?
Yeah, again, that's a very wonderful question. In the literature review we looked at, that is missing, and that's what we want to pick from there, so that we engage with stakeholders, that they are able to map the locations for waste disposal, so that even the trucks that collect this waste from those disposal points, okay, are trackable, okay, and again, educating the citizens, okay, on dumping sites, okay, and of course enticing in terms of enacting laws on waste disposal, okay. So that again is engagement between the stakeholders, okay. Yeah.
So yeah, what I meant is like, for example,
yes,
the segregation of waste. That is from the household generating this waste. How they can segregate them for the ease of collecting them, and like something like the plastic, maybe you will be disposing elsewhere than the other things.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why I was talking about the stakeholder, the one who is generating the waste.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Maybe that one. Ours is providing ICT solution. So in terms of segregation, okay, that again depends on now the stakeholders engaging with the citizens to educate them on how to segregate the waste, so that at the dumping sites, there's that segregation, okay? Yeah, thank you.
Thanks a lot. Tumpigie Joseph Makofi. You know, Prof, in the morning we had a very, very heated debate on waste management and segregation, and the need to engage the communities who are key, and they need to embrace technology as well. It was quite a heated debate, and I think the Department of ICI needs to really focus on that and provide sustainable solutions. Because we have a real problem, I think, in waste management. Our presenter number 2 is, you ready? Our presenter number 2 is Dr. Kevin Tolle. And Dr. Kevin Tolle is a lecturer in Technical University of Mombasa and the Assistant Director for Institute of Computing and Informatics. And his presentation is on computational challenges in university timetable systems. I hope that is the one, Tolle? Okay, yeah, computational challenges in university timetable systems, a review of NP hardness and optimization strategies. So, Dr. Tolle, you have a few minutes to present, then we will ask you questions. Then after Dr. Tolle, the next one will be Joseph Macau, if you are in the house. I hope you've made your presentation available to us. We'll be delving into machine learning modeling for predicting gender-based violence against our Kenyan women. And then after that, number 4 will be the implication of metadata footprints, disclosure, and university students' online communicative behavior. And this will be presented by Frederick Odhiambo Opio from Daystar University, if I'm not wrong. I hope Frederick is in the house. Dr. Tolle, please.
Yes, good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Tole. Okay, I will discuss, I will present something on timetabling system. Okay, this was a research that was funded by Registrar PRI. So that is what I'm actually going to present. Okay, let's wait maybe for the PowerPoint slides. Okay. So the title is Computational Challenges in University Timetabling Systems. It's a review of NP hardness and optimization strategies. Okay. I just want to highlight we are the first, from the best of our knowledge, we are the first people actually to solve such a problem in Africa. It's globally, if you look at the global challenges, it tops as top 10 that they are there. So, and to the best of our knowledge, we are the first people. So my collaborators are Dr. Fulgence Mokondo, Dr. Matthew Egesa, and Dr. Momen. So to just give few brief introduction about the timetabling problem. Okay, someone may think it is just to build a software and that's it. But there's a lot of complexity and nitty-gritties in between. For example, here you'll deal with classrooms, you will deal with lecturers, you will deal with the size of the classroom, if a classroom can accommodate 40 or 100 students, and also the preferences of lecturers to teach according to time. So those are just the nitty-gritties and complexity of developing such a software in a way that all the stakeholders are satisfied. Okay, so that is why we are calling it an NP hard problem, which means it is a non-polynomial problem which has no exact solution. We try our best to satisfy all the stakeholders, at least 90 to 99%, but it is not an exact, you cannot get an exact solution. That is the concept behind the timetabling problem. Yeah, so let's go to the next slide. Yes, we'll just have an overview. We'll discuss the abstract for those who want to read my paper. I think after the conference, when they publish the paper, you can go through it and read what is happening. So for this presentation, we have highlighted the most areas that I'm going to discuss. That is the abstract overview, theoretical foundation, and the problem statement, and then the mathematical and the constraint programming, and then the meta-heuristic approaches, optimization, then lastly, we shall conclude. Okay. Now, from our abstract, we were looking at state of the art. Okay? There are people who came up with novelty, they built their system, and from the review, we noticed their strengths and weaknesses. So, however, as we were looking at a new feature called the NP hardness of the timetabling system, because based on artificial intelligence and like reinforcement learning and so on, those are the things that we are looking at, and we are trying to program such kind of nitty-gritties and such kind of constraints that are there and put the mathematical functions in the software to make it more efficient, to make it fast, and at least satisfy all the stakeholders will be using the system. And mind you, the system will be, it's an ongoing process that is being developed here in TUM, and it's going to be used here in TUM. Now, what I really want you to understand is that timetabling system may only work, the software may only work here in TUM, but not other universities, because they might have their own set of variables that may not be similar to TUM. So if I am to adjust in, let's say, one university, I need to understand their environment and adjust to the software that I'm developing. However, maybe for future reference, we can have just one timetabling system that can satisfy all the universities here in Kenya. that one is possible. But since it's NP hard, such complexity will increase, and if there's complexity that increases, it means our accuracy will, getting near optimal solution becomes very difficult. So we observed novelty in various literatures that are out there. From this research, the research papers that we got from Elsevier, IEEE, that have impact factor not less than 10. Okay, so as I have explained, that's just an overview of our research paper, okay? We centered upon the general frameworks where people have worked on this work, and as I've just explained, some universities globally, they have their own setup, they have their own way of doing things, teaching, and etc. So what we did, we came up with a table, and if you look at the first, if you look at the rows where you have the characteristics, the people, the authors, and if you look at the columns, those are the variables where researchers have worked on. So if you look at the first researcher, there is the course timetabling, there's the professor, assignment, scheduling, classroom. So if you look at the first column where there is number 2, if you can see from the reference, Mr. Hassani, he actually worked on the course timetabling, and then if you go down the column, professor assignment, that is the teaching one, scheduling classroom, but he did not do the spacing, that is the weighting. Meaning that if, for example, this room can accommodate 100 students, my algorithm has to find an optimal solution of a class that big and put them in instead of getting less number of students. By doing that, we would have saved a lot of resources. Okay, yeah, so this is a mathematical problem. That is just a brief, okay? It's just a brief example, okay? Just because I could not now give all the variables that we actually did, but we put the hard constraints, we separated the hard constraints and the soft constraints, okay? So based on the mathematical model, mathematical modeling and constraint programming, because you see, based it is an artificial intelligence, we tackle this problem as a constraint combinatorial problem. What does that mean? Constraint means the rules that are there, okay? And we need to satisfy these rules, and these rules cannot be broken. If the rules are broken, what happens? Then the system will have a lot of clashes, okay? So if you look at number 1, let's say the mathematical programming, C donates the set of classes, that is C1, C2, C4, okay, the classes that we do have here in TUM. So I gave the generic names like that. Then the set of lecturers, L1, of course, we have so many lecturers that are there. And then R is the list of rooms, the list of units that we have. W is the list of weeks in a semester. Currently, our semester runs to 15 weeks, okay? So then we have the D set of work days. Of course, JAB students are taught in 5 days in a week, while self-sponsored students can go even up to 6 days. Okay, so those are the complexity, especially when you're programming. I need to put those rules so that the system can generate automatically in mapping all the lecturers and the classrooms with their units. So T is the time slots. In a workday of T is equals to 4. What does this mean? In a day, we teach at least 4 classes. That is in the morning session from 7 to 10, from 10 to 1, then from 2 to 5, then from 5 to 8. So there are 4 slots. However, the difference is the JAB students don't engage on evening classes. So that is part. Now, to explain further about constraint programming, I just gave 3 parameters. That is the room availability, teacher availability, constraints, and unit constraints. For example, for a room to be available, you see, a constraint means that a room should not be given to the same or different lectures at the same time, okay? So if I do that with my software, then it will create what? A clash. Secondly, if the lecturer is assigned at 2 different, or 1 or 2 more places that is assigned in more than 1 place, what happens? It will also have, will experience a crash in the system. a conflict. Okay, so the mathematical modeling, I've used R, subscript of IJT, binary variable indicating room I assigned to unit J at time T. So remember, we have how many slots? 4. And then binary variable indicating lecturer I teaching unit J at time T. So that is the lecture part, that is the assigned unit of that particular room in that place. So remember here, we have the 4 major variables are the students, the teachers, the rooms, and the unit. So all these should align together. So let's go to the next. Okay, yeah, so this is just a summary of the functions that we use in programming. That is the back end, okay? For example, constraint 1 says that units should not overlap. Now, the function that we have used to map into our programming is that function in a way that units should not be placed in more than one rooms, okay? So if these particular students are doing these units, it should not clash with other units. That is just a constraint. That is the function that you have put in our code. Then secondly is lecturers overlapping, meaning that a lecturer cannot be in the same place twice or thrice, okay? So if you do that, it will create conflict. And then the third one is just classroom overlapping. If there's one class for only one unit for one lecturer and the same unit that is being taught. So if there's a difference of that, then it will create a clash. Because in a scenario where, let's say, you have different schools and there's a common unit and so on. So all those factors we have to consider when we are developing the software. Okay, so we looked at different meta-heuristic approaches that are there, okay? And the ones that I have highlighted in red are the ones that came up with novelty, which I'll explain in the next slide. So if you look at the first one, hybrid harmony search algorithm for university timetabling 2021, you can see that it was published in 2021, and they used hybrid meta-heuristic. What does that mean? They used more than one algorithm, they combined it together, and the novelty that came in, they used a harmony search algorithm. Harmony search algorithm was the idea based on how you play music, whether it is high pitch or low pitch. So with that, you set the parameters where when you look at the solution space and it searches, it explores in that solution space. If there's a high tone, if there's a low tone, if it comes at the average side, then it means it has got the final solution. That is what they did. And then I'll not go through all, but one that really took my eyes is the second one. That is an efficient multi-objective well optimization algorithm. They are the pioneers to develop that. They came up with the idea on how wells they usually behave in water, and then they use the same idea now to develop such a software. Okay, so if you have time, I recommend my audience to go to a research paper and you can read all that. So with this optimization strategy, because now to make our system better, to make our system best, to come up with with novelty, we had to look at the optimization strategies that were formed. And so far, we selected only 5 papers that I've just explained. If you go back, you'll see the 5 papers, they're the ones that I've highlighted with red. So let's continue. I think because of time, I'm going to be fast. Okay, good. Yeah, so we came up with just only 5 papers to present the optimization strategies, their strengths, weaknesses, and we recommended some improvements, okay? So if you look at hybrid harmony, as I've just explained, it's a harmony search meta-heuristic algorithm inspired by the musical improvisation process, okay? So one of their strengths was just it combined the exploration capabilities on how to, when they use the pitch sounds and so on, and to write their software. So one of their weaknesses that I realized, the parameters tuning were not set properly, and if the parameters were tuned. For example, if they had used an adaptive parameter tuning, they would have gotten better results, okay? For improvements, further investigation into parameter tuning techniques, enhanced performance of the hybrid harmony search algorithm, okay? So the second one is an efficient multi-objective well optimization problem. As I've told you, they are inspired by the social behavior of humpback whales. So I'll not go into nitty-gritties because of time. I'll just proceed. So those are the same articles that are there. Hybrid algorithm with guided local search. Of course, their strength was that it allowed for an effective exploration. Why is that? From the term guided local search. So they were guiding their exploration search space. At least they will reach to near optimal solutions. Okay, so the hybrid approach, I've just explained their strength. Then their weakness was that of course, the parameters are sensitive, okay? Especially now if you look at the exploration rate of the guided search, if it does not tune well with genetic algorithm, then it may not give exact solution. However, the improvements that I've just recommended is that investigating adaptive parameter tuning methods and integrating more efficient local search. So I think I'll proceed to the next. Okay, so my conclusion is we should embrace mathematical modeling in developing software plus constraint programming. This one will make actually your software to be very fast, be very effective, and it is scalable to for users, okay? And then significant of efficient scheduling. This is under the scheduling problems that actually exist. For example, route optimization problems and so on. So this can also, it can be a cousin to the timetabling problem. So role of CP in addressing challenges. Yeah, this technique actually works well to involve, to add the constraints and the rules in addressing the multifaceted challenges of scheduling by offering scalable adaptability. So thank you. That is end of my presentation. Okay.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Dr. Tole. Any questions? Ama mulilala kama mimi, you know, I was hearing algorithm, mathematical computation. Alafu mimi ni mtu wa sociology. So I was waiting for that place where they will talk a language I understand. I didn't get there. Professor, you had a question for Dr. Tole?
Thank you so much, Dr. Tole. Just a small clarification. When you talk about optimization, you are talking about optimizing the timetable so that it can minimize the travel between classes, reduce, stick to the student schedule and maximize on the resources. I think you mentioned something like that. But they're saying usually utilize what is called sophisticated logarithm and computational resources. But in what you presented here, you talk about an hybrid of genetic logarithm and sophisticated, I think sophisticated something, I didn't get it. Yes. That clarification only, that's what I wanted. Thank you. Okay,
thank you. Now, when you talk of an algorithm plus optimization, these are two different ways, two different principles. And algorithms, these are just a set of pseudocodes that is being used to code, okay? For example, there is genetic, simulated annealing, all those that I've just presented. Now, what optimization strategy, for example, I'll give just a very small example. Let's say I'm building a route optimization problem. So if I want to reach to that end, I will go this side and go this other side. I will use this route to reach there. I will use the straight line. So when you talk of an optimization strategy is, I'm going to put a function in a way that I'll put y is equals to mx plus c, that the straight line is the shortest distance. Now, the same principle I'm trying to use in building a timetable that is so efficient in a way that it will not have any issues, and I will get optimum solution in mapping the units, the subjects, the lecturers, and so on to satisfy all the stakeholders. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, there is one question. There was this gentleman at the back. I want to have his question first. Huh?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Tole. I just have one question. Yeah. Who will be inputting the data into the timetable? Are they the departments, or will there be a central person or office doing the inputting into the timetable, the master timetable?
The master, okay.
Yes.
Just to introduce him, is the master timetable of two.
I hope you will not answer and say it is him.
Okay, you see now, we're in the era of artificial intelligence. Okay? We're in the era of artificial intelligence, and our objective is to have a software that will be hands-free, okay? So we're in that process, we are still building it. Of course, maybe the first draft of the software will be by the end of next month, okay? But that is our objective, where you'll just be sitting and you'll be doing what? You'll be clicking with just one button. However, it is a system. I'm sure there'll be a lot of changes as we proceed.
I think that response, I was really worried if there's a product you have come up with, but you have talked about work in progress. That's okay. But I've looked at the parameters you have put into consideration, talking about the lecturers, the classes, the class size. But what about if it's an online thing? Or maybe it's online and there's no instructor. We are using AI to teach. Who will be the teacher?
Okay, I may not respond to that. As far as I'm concerned, we know the lecturers that are here. If it is, you see there's a difference between online classes and virtual classes, okay? So I don't know, maybe you might clarify between the two, but if it is virtual classes, a lecturer logs in and teaches the students online. For the online classes, I think, I may not know much about that, but our timetabling is it just helps on how to map the units, the students, and so on. And it's going to be organized in a way that each lecturer will receive a timetable for that entire semester, and each class, even to every student, they'll receive their own timetable for that particular class. Then the master timetable now, he will go and click and download the entire timetable. Yes.
I think you are using the very old approach where it is maybe time from time X to time Y, you have 10 lecturers and you're inputting the data and you want a timetable. But suppose maybe you have a professor who only wants to teach between maybe 4 to 5. Okay. In your programming, have you thought of maybe also limiting the time or maybe availability of these lecturers?
Yeah, yes. That is when I started saying that I have not explained all the constraints, okay? But if you go to our research paper, our objective is to satisfy all lecturers, students, and all stakeholders that will be involved, the users of that software. So we will try as much as we can. If maybe a professor, there's that part where someone may say, I want to teach my classes from morning, okay? So when you set all those parameters, the system now can generate. Okay, but we hope so that we will satisfy all the users that will be there. Okay.
Okay, I think you have answered 80% of what I wanted to ask. But now on the constraints, is there a possibility of nesting them? Because even within a given constraint, we may need to get sub-constraints and optimize them. Like the constraint of let's say the time, like the four period allocations. there is some dynamics that within the first 4 weeks, I'm doing the lectures. Within the next 2 weeks, I'm doing the practicals. Within another, I may be doing the tutorials. And it ranges with time. Yes. So within a given constraint, are there subsets that also need to be worked on and optimized?
Okay, thank you for that question. Of course, we have that in consideration, and I think when we test the system, we shall invite all the people who will be using the system, and now you shall see how the system works. Then from there, now we can improve it. Okay? Yeah.
Okay, just stand there.
Thank you so much, Dr. Atole, for that good presentation that affects most of our learning institutions. It's actually a nightmare to identify the space where our learners could learn from. Yeah. Sometimes we fight. It's pretty a great challenge.
Very true. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think most of the questions have been asked about the unique needs of every course. Some courses take 2 hours. Some take 3 hours. Yeah. Some courses run in trimester, some run in semester system. Okay. I don't know how the model could accommodate that, and I think you have answered this. How does the mathematical model accommodate blended learning, blended to include the online learning that my colleague had asked, and we are having contemporary and the traditional methods of learning. Some students are using student-centered, self-directed learning. Okay. All those methodologies of techniques of teaching approaches. I don't know if this would accommodate, though you've answered majority of the questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Madam. Yes, all those features, they are in consideration. The same way that we have been developing our timetable here in TUM, the timetabling is being developed manually, okay? So we are changing into it's going to replace the manual system. So with all that consideration, of course, when we are doing our investigation, our feasibility study, all those points came in. However, now we need to come up with a first draft of the software. Then from there now, we will improve it where there is any issues that has arisen. Okay.
Thank you. One more burning question. I think there are many timetablers in the house.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Ari, for that nice presentation. I'm sure the prototype will give us a lot of solutions to most of our problems in terms of scheduling our classes. I'm looking at the prototype, and I heard you say that it can only work best within this locality. I mean, why do you feel that it cannot work elsewhere beyond this place? Because I'm presuming that the whole idea is, you know, scheduling a timetable for classes, you know, in a university setup. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Ari. That's a very, very good question. You see, timetabling, when you're developing a software, you see the features that we have here in TUM may not be necessarily the same with other universities. For example, let's say Nairobi University, they have their own structures and they have their own way of teaching. I may not know. However, the software that we are developing, we can adjust it according to what they need, okay? So that will be pretty easy to do that. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. I think we close that. Tumpigie makofi. I almost thought he was going to say it can't be used anywhere. And then you know, Masinde Muliro University is in the house, a market for you. So you should be able to integrate it into other platforms and other systems. Thank you. Our next presentation is by... okay. I think I need some machine learning support, isn't it? Okay, so the next presentation is on machine learning modeling for predicting gender-based violence against Kenyan women. And this is by Joseph Macau. Is Joseph Macau in the house? Okay. Thank you. So Joseph is a student in the Institute of Computing and Informatics, and he is going to make a brief presentation on that. And when we ask him questions and they become problematic, the supervisor is in the house, so we will still get answers. Welcome, welcome.
To the chair and to the panelists and everyone, good afternoon. So today I'll be doing a presentation on a literature review on machine learning modeling for predicting the GBV against the Kenyan women. So those are some of the members or the supporting people who have been orienting me and supporting me in this research. That is Dr. Makondo, Dr. Musau, and Dr. Mgala. So I think most of our times that we've been watching television, we've been having instances of GBV cases. Every day or every week when we watch our television, we have instances of a woman or a lady being murdered or slashed her throat. So these are some of the critical avenues that prompt me to come up with this research. And currently I'm on literature review, and I'm here to document some of the literatures that have been done and see an improvement on how best I can improve the prediction, because it's a machine learning model, so that we can get to see how this model can be able to support security officers, able to support NGOs that are working to reduce the instances of GBV within our communities. So the background, the introduction, GBV is a serious issue that needs to be addressed by the society and authorities with all the available resources. What do I mean by resources? Resources to technology that we are having currently, because we'll realize most of the instances or most of the authorities do not have these resources that are required to make prompt decisions or to assist in taking the culprit into hand in the police station. So this research involves identification and recent literature on predictors of gender GBV using keywords such as gender, violence, prediction, data sets, toxic relationships, of reference and citation through backwards and forward snowballing. So nearly 1/3 of women may at some point, nearly a third of women may at some point in their lives endure physical or sexual violence at the hands of intimate partners, according to the WHO. And over 41% of Kenyan women said that they have been victim of physical or sexual abuse by their spouses. Also, we'll realize that he also added that this is literature by Wado. He also added that while time-bound data typically shows the frequency of this kind of assault, there is the rate of current information on GBV. In the report, I Have Nowhere to Go, Human Rights Watch said that the COVID-19 outbreak caused the spike of the GBV. As you all know, the COVID came with its challenges. Most of the challenges were loss of jobs, which were attributed by the inability to conduct or to work from different places. So that spike was brought about, COVID-19 brought about that spike. And in this research, I Have Nowhere to Go, it documents that women suffered the most with this research. So So what I'll do, or what this literature review will focus on, is to use machine learning approach to create new models of risk assessment of victims, which is defined as the likelihood that a female victim who has been offended and reported her case will be abused again, given a huge amount of structured data. In the scenario that the data will be provided by the National Police Service or through NGOs within the region, where they collaborate with the government agencies, such as the Department of Children's Services, Department of Gender Affairs, and Department of National Administration. This will try also to see how best we can come up with a solution for this. And some of the research questions that will be posed by this topic is what are the limits of the widely utilized machine learning algorithm and methodologies for predicting the prevalence of the GBV? And also, to what extent can machine learning algorithm predict the likelihood of GBV occurrence, and how can the prediction model for the GBV be evaluated? So we'll talk about, or I will dive into the literature review. I did some of the findings within the internet, and these findings were on GBV cases from different regions. So this section provides a comprehensive literature review comparing and contrasting findings from studies in this field. It emphasizes on differences, similarities, and I've structured it into subsections, that is ensemble learning, combines multiple models to enhance predictive performance, robustness, and generalization capabilities. Also, the machine learning based approach, we'll realize that we have more than 5 approaches for machine learning, and these are things to do the linear regression, logistic regression. We have the decision tree. We also have the KNN algorithm, the K-means, but all these, some of them have been used, but the robustness has not been there. So that's why it prompted me to come up with this research, so that I can have a clear and more significant data when dealing with these GBV cases and instances. So apart from that, we have also a tabulation of some of the studies, and the variable considered, most of the variable considered are the age, the history of the IPV, and when I talk about the IPV, this is the intimate partner violence. Also the education, because sometimes education plays a key role in these GBV instances. The culture norms, and also the economic security. How well is an individual? Are they from a poor background? Are they from a rich background? All those factors will be put in place. And the key findings, we'll realize that most affects the women below the age of 18, some below the age of 30, those who are married and into newly relationships. So the model performance and accuracy, the evaluated papers predictive models for the GBV using a supervised learning technique, that is the logistic regression. This technique has been repeatedly selected because it can manage intricate data sets and spot trends in the factors taken into account. So also there's a small presentation there comparing the machine learning algorithms, that is the supervised and the unsupervised, or the unlabeled. So some of the methodologies that I'll put in place, the database selection. The database, I'll use Google Scholar. I'll also use the PubMed, so that now I can do a comprehensive coverage to ensure a broad range of relevant materials for the review. Also do a keyword selection and search strategy, such as words like GBV, the supervised learning, the machine learning, and the logistic regression. Apart from that, publication screening, focusing on publication that concentrated on machine learning, predictive model for the GBV, and the machine learning algorithms. These algorithms, I realize there are 4 types. There are the supervised, unsupervised, semi-structured, semi-supervised, and reinforcement learning. So we'll try also to come up with the best, to give the best result. So the future directions and recommendation, improve the model interpretability, enhance the data quality, expanding generalizability. So some of the challenges and limitations that find in some of the literature is that you might have issues to do with data availability, but that is well sorted. The dynamic nature of gender-based violence can be attributed to the shift in the society norms, regulation and external variables that might occur over time, and also the complexity of aspects. There are many different socio-demographic cultures and economic aspects that contribute to the complexity of the GBV. So I think up to there, that is the end of my presentation, and I welcome any comments and any suggestions. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Joseph. Any question? For me, I was thinking he's going to show us a model that if he just subjects us to, we know who was gender-based violence. Okay, so you have a few questions, Joseph?
Thank you, Joseph. I'm Fred Odhiambo. And that's a wonderful presentation you've made. Just out of curiosity, you've mentioned to us that 41% of Kenyan women have reported some form of GBV. I'm not quite sure whether your research touched on how many men might have experienced the same. And still on the same, I'm wondering about your study and its angle of violence, because most of these cases of violence might have been physical, probably, or emotional. And I do tend to think, I stand corrected, you are the one on the ground. I do tend to think that so many men might be experiencing psychological violence from the other side, which is still GBV. Could the study also touch on that, or did it touch on that? And if it touched on it, what might be the findings? Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
You want to have more questions before you answer? Okay.
Thank you, Joseph. I'm Dr. Lydia Nyonje from Masinde Muliro University of Science and Technology. That was a wonderful presentation and on a very current topical issue, gender-based violence, especially against the women. My friend there, I was also just wondering about, even though you're focusing on women, maybe you should, as you begin in your background and in your introduction, you could give us the gender differentiations. You know, gender means both men and women, so that you say, you give us the scenario, what's happening in the country for women and for men, a few statistics about men too. And then now you can zero in and say your study focuses on women. And then that would really enrich your study further. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Joseph Macau, for that touching presentation that affects majority of our population in the country. Many people undergo gender-based violence, but now we are looking at the intimate partner violence, and we are having the internet violence, gender-based violence. You have seen our young ones, including Rita, the student from one of our Kenyan university, who lost her life through internet trafficking out of an unknown partner violence. That was not actually violence. It led to a horrifying death, and we're still mourning her. We are having our young ones seated here. I don't know, and they are vulnerable to internet, who want human organs trafficking, because that's what we are, it's being unearthed. So I don't know if your study could go outside maybe what my colleague mentioned, the physical violence, could also look at, it's not only intimate, could also look at now the risks, the insecurities that majority of the people, not only the young ones, majority of the people here in our country are vulnerable to internet, because everyone is looking about the values. We are not looking about the value of this internet. So you could consider that. Having worked at the Center for Assault Recovery at Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital, yes, it's not only women who suffer intimate partner violence or gender-based violence. Men suffer a lot, and they suffer silently. So you could consider including under your study population men, because they are actually the most hit, but they don't come out to cry about it. Then the last item that I think mine are just recommendations is you could consider, because gender-based violence is an emotive event. It's not an event that a machine could sense. And involving the police, the NGOs, that one is at another level. By the time my partner or the person who is violating me, by the time the world gets to know what has happened to me, it may have taken many years, because it may have taken quite a long time. So could you consider developing a model that detects the early warning signs of gender-based violence, not necessarily the machine, but within the family cycle, so that we don't intervene at the later stages, including when the police has been involved, when the NGOs have been involved? Why don't we start at the grassroots? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the comments.
Yeah, you can make a quick reaction and then we...
Okay, the first, so he asked the 41% women. This is a study done by the WHO, actually. During my research, I came across it. And my major interest has been women, actually. But with the comments that I'm getting, I think in my introduction, I'll do a brief differentiation between the men and women within our country, so that there can be a good comparison to understand how even men are being or fall part of the IPV violence. So apart from that, why men? Why men have not been included? You know, this is literature review, so there's still room for adjusting or even coming up with new avenues on how maybe to approach my research. So I'll consider it, but like I said, my major focus was women, due now to the history or the comments or the news that we usually see every day on the television. Because most of the cases that we see do not touch across a man. 90% of the cases that we hear or check on social media revolve around women. And apart from that, also things to do with the internet. I did have a look at literature on how Twitter was doing injustice to some of the women, things to do with the cyberbullying and all that. So that was part and parcel of the literature review that I looked into. But I'll also try to incorporate it so that now, because now internet is broad, issues to do with the trafficking and all that. So I will try to incorporate all that and see how best my research can stand out. Thank you for the comments.
Thank you very much. Tumpigie makofi. And you know, when Dr. Zoom was giving her comments and said that a lot of men suffer in silence, I scanned in the assembly and I looked at the faces of these gentlemen, and I can tell you they are probably suffering in silence. Probably suffering in silence. So men, don't suffer, always come out, and you will be helped, I want to believe. Sawa. So our next presentation is the implication of meta data footprints disclosure, and university students' online communication behavior. This is our second last presentation before we break for lunch. And the presenter is Frederick Odhiambo Opio. Frederick Odhiambo Opio is a PhD student in Daystar University, taking a PhD in communication studies, but he is also a staff of Strathmore University, Kenya. I want to believe that's right. And he also understands this gender-based violence for men. And he is also being supervised by my raboteur, Dr. Sylvia Mtua. So in case of the Ambo unashindwa pahali, Dr. Mtua will be around. Otherwise, the floor is yours. Please proceed.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. I heard that in case there are difficult questions, at least I'm glad my supervisor is around, yeah, to answer those difficult questions. Actually, the name is Frederick Opio Odhiambo. It's the other way around, yeah? Yeah, and maybe to start off, whoever brought these gentlemen here, I think, did me a lot of favor because much of my study is based on them. Much of my study is based on them. Probably to start off, we are talking about implication of metadata, footprints, disclosure, and university students' communicative behavior. I'm going to define some of these things, but maybe just to start off with a few statistics. Research has shown that the teenagers generally touch their screens 2,617 times in a day. Even the few minutes they've sat here, I think the screen has really suffered. Okay? Beyond that, they spend around 5.4 hours, 5 hours, 40 minutes to 7 hours, 22 minutes a day on the screen. By the time they are 40 years, they'll have spent around a quarter of their life. In other words, 10 years will have gone to social media and touching the screen. So 30 years productive, 10 years being online. The data generated by this generation is around 2.5 quintillion bytes each day, according to Forbes. 2.5 quintillion bytes that they generate. We have 300 million photos being uploaded every day, 510 comments per minute being done. Of course, that's not just in Kenya, that's worldwide. 293,000 status update per minute. Okay? And beyond that, we have, and this is where now my interest would be, 2.2, at least by 2019, 2.2 billion fake profiles online. We are around 7.5 to 7.8 billion people, yeah? Okay, so having said that, so we can start. So the background of the study, maybe for a minute or two, if we could play that clip just to prepare us for what we are going to talk about. You can just touch on the link. Huh? Both of them are, yeah.
Hey, Mom. Hey, Dad. It's me, Ella. Well, a digital version of me. Just a bit older. Amazing what technology can do these days, isn't it? All you need are a couple of pictures, like the ones you share on social media, where they can be taken and used by everybody. I know, for you, these pictures are just memories, but for others, they are data. And for me, maybe the beginning of a horrible future. A future where my identity can be stolen just like that. Where I can go to prison for things that I would never do. Imagine my credit score being destroyed, Dad. Or my voice copied to scam you, Mom.
Mom, I'm in trouble. I need you to send me money, please.
I don't want to become a meme, humiliated by everyone at school.
Kill yourself, you fucking loser.
And I certainly don't want this.
Thank you. I think it's over.
What you share online is like a digital footprint that will follow me around for the rest of my life. I'm telling you this because I know you love me and would never do anything to harm me. So please, Mom, please, Dad, protect my virtual privacy.
Now, that's a digital version of an child. The innocent photographs that the parents keep on posting. The child is less than 8 years, but you can see the one who is speaking here is a teenager. So someone just created took that image and made a bigger version of that particular person. So are we really aware of the things that might happen when we post things online? Do we know the possible implications of these particular things that we post online? Of course, my study is not much on that, but it's more on how does it affect the way you communicate. So to start off, I want to pick up from, we can go to the next slide. There's this gentleman known as Snowden. Snowden published a book known as Permanent Record, and he argues that the content of our communication is rarely as revealing as its other elements. Whatever it is that we publish is not as revealing as what is behind whatever we've published. And he calls whatever we publish, that of course we know it as data. But no, there is data behind the data. For example, when you post something, most of us, a common person would be keen on what you posted. But someone who is in IT might be keen on other things, the things we call here metadata. For instance, which gadget did you use? Where were you located? At which time did you post it? And such like things. They might not be keen on the message that you posted, the photo that you posted, but they are looking at other things. And that is what I want to concentrate on. So the greatest threat lies in the possible abuse of the left data. You posted your data innocently, but probably someone has other ideas with this particular data. We've just seen a case of that child. The mom posted the photographs, but someone made use of those photographs for other things. And she has actually mentioned to us that the photos can be used to scam the parents. And those things are already happening in other places. You know, someone can actually send a video of yourself, maybe to your parents, your loved ones, and claim that you've been probably kidnapped and we need this payment. And it's a real image of yourself, while you could be somewhere very, very safe. So my interest here is university-going students who spend spend a lot of time online, posting so many things. We've just talked about the amount of time that is spent, around 5.4 hours to 7.2 hours per day. And how that, the moment they know what is happening, how will it affect their communicative behavior? So possible data breaches are worsened by netizens operating pseudo accounts. There are so many pseudo accounts, fake accounts. And these fake accounts are the ones that are probably extremely active. So with these risks in mind, some salient questions come up. How do these sporadic cases of data breaches affect online communication? The moment I've known that my data can be breached, how does it affect how I communicate? The things I post, the things I take seriously. And how are university students responding to these particular challenges? So this study aims to establish how the numerous cases of personal data breaches affect online interaction and online transaction, what we refer to also as e-commerce. So my main objective in this particular case is to assess how recent cases of personal data breaches control communicative behavior of university students. The few cases that we've had before. The specific objectives are one is to explore the types of activities carried out by the target group. Which type of activities do they carry out? And secondly, to establish the extent of influence of these challenges and breaches. And that actually is what I'm keen on. What is the extent of influence on of these breaches on their communication? The study narrowed down on terms of theoretical framework on Robert Kozinet's ethnography, which is more or less carrying out an ethnography within the net. We are carrying out an ethnography, the behavior of people within the net. So it's more of a literature review, but let me just take you through a few things that a few cases that I came across in my literature review. So ordinarily, various contacts, various content and context would demand different online identity. These are previous studies that are done actually previously for my master's, and this is what came out. And in that particular study, I came across this gentleman known as Jakala, who mentioned that there are 5 different types of identities that are existent online. And he classified them: 1, anonymity, purely no identity. I think my colleagues in the house, if you are keen enough at times, you might be having a cousin. I have my nephews and nieces whom at times befriended me online, and they completely forget that I really exist. So at times they post their interesting things that they don't know I'm reading behind the scenes. It's more or less like I'm non-existent. And that happens a lot. So there are people who are actually following you, but you hardly ever know that they are behind the scenes. Then there are those who are anonymous. They choose the anonymous identity, the anonymity. Then eponymity, the people who are using their real identity. In most cases, of course, the teenage generation hardly use their real identity. The elderly generation would get in with their real identity. They are eponymous. Then we have people who are pseudonymity. They use pseudonyms, the aliases and the like. And then we have the polynymity, the people who have multiple identities. So today, I'm Fred. Tomorrow, I'm Freddy. Tomorrow, I'm so and so. I keep on changing, and I can open so many accounts with different identities. So according to Carida and Kokalis, the concept of perceived privacy is the degree to which members of an online community perceive their messages and other personal information to be private. What makes you think that whatever it is that you posted is really private? Most of us, of course, even WhatsApp will tell us that this thing is encrypted, end-to-end encrypted. But is it really true that nobody can access that bit of information? I've seen, in fact, I was reading something last week. Someone has just, there's a gentleman who's just talked about GBV. And there's something I read last week where a husband somehow took the wife's phone and logged on WhatsApp, paired it with his laptop. So he would read all the messages that are getting into the wife because he suspected that the wife was cheating. So fine, we are talking about the messages encrypted. The wife thinks, I have my WhatsApp, I have my password, nobody can read it. But that short window, the husband had paired it and was reading everything the other side. So every message that got in, the husband actually had an access to the same and got to know even the plot that they had with the, as you call them in Kenya, mpango wa kando, yeah? Or sponsors, depending on which age group, yeah? So, in my previous study, online behavior of netizen is increasingly influenced by the choice of online identity. So if I use my real name, I become a bit less active online, and I become more careful with whatever it is that I post. Whatever it is that I post becomes a bit realistic. And if I'm someone who likes fun, you know, no, that thing, he's just joking online. While people who are anonymous or no identity at all, those people are more active, and most of them are the crooks online. Most of them are the ones who do funny things online. Because at the end of the day, what they know, nobody knows them. So they are able to do anything online. So methodology was systematic literature review, and a few things that came up here. In terms of types of data posted, there's this gentleman, Maiga and Emma, who argue that social networking sites make it extremely easy to provide different forms of personal information. So most of us, when we get in, we provide our personal information with a lot of ease, probably obsessed with the convenience and the things that we want, that we hardly ever think about the possible consequences. So people put in their name, their age, their contacts, their photos. In fact, I think the last 1 week, what I've seen online is a case where there was some challenge, where people are mentioning probably born this time, now I have this number of children, and some posting the photos of their children. It's been trending, I think, for the last 1 week. Hardly do we ever think about possibility of what might happen with whatever it is that we posted online. According to this particular research known as Concerns Don't Slow Down E-commerce, they found out that entertainment and e-commerce value and convenience provided by online services can outweigh privacy concern. So the convenience that is provided online outweigh our worries about privacy. If I want, for example, to ask, some people say Carrefour to deliver for me some things, I'm just thinking about the convenience. If I'm to hail Uber, I'm thinking about the convenience. You know, rather than walk outside there, go look for a taxi, I'm thinking about the convenience of using the online platform. If I'm to make payment, it's more about the convenience. I can pay school fees from wherever I am. If I'm in Nairobi and I'm paying some school fees for a nephew in Tum, I can do it conveniently. But hardly do I ever think about what someone might use that data for. You know, my details behind the scenes. And most of us, we've seen occasionally when you go to the supermarket nowadays, you buy a few things and the next week, you start receiving marketing information from the supermarkets. If you hailed an Uber or a taxi, the next few minutes you are getting offers from that taxi line. They're using your information. You didn't give them permission to do that. So the major activity being entertainment and e-commerce is more alluring in comparison to the threat. So most of us hardly ever think about the possible threats. So what were the preliminary findings about this study? Now the preliminary findings are equally shocking because it says that the existence of privacy issues is strangely of minimal concern to many people. People don't think about privacy unless you've been seriously hit. In fact, matters of privacy seem to be purely matters of academic concern, the world of academia, we people who are studying it. But to most of the people, unless you've been seriously hit, you rarely think about matters of privacy online. So according to Cameron, 2018, he documents a former NSA and CIA Director Michael Hayden saying that we kill people based on metadata. that data, if, for example, I came here from town using a taxi, if someone is following me, someone who is good in matters IT, he can actually point with clarity wherever I am, which taxi I used, and all that. So matters IT, they can actually clearly specify where you are, and they've used it a lot. So if you are being searched for, they just need to know, follow your data and easily track you. So Kotsia 2019 cites an alleged clip by Mark Zuckerberg. We all know him, this founder of Facebook. This was an alleged clip where Mark Zuckerberg is alleged to have been saying that whoever controls the data controls the future. So if I control your data, I control your future. There's this information in English that we say, information is power. So if I control your data, basically I know a lot about you. I know everything about you because you keep on posting it and I know all your plans. So Gilbert 207 illustrates that people generally tend to overreact to things that offend their morals. So when something offends your morals, that's when you overreact. We overreact to immediate threats, but underreact to long-term threats. Long-term threats here are things that you feel like you hear someone was hit, but you've never been hit. So you feel like this does not affect me at all. Okay? But if we look at the current trends right now with taxation, the local shops around are right now running away from the till numbers. Why? Because now that's a current threat. It's like the government is monitoring how much I'm selling. So right now, I've seen in most of the small shops around, even where we stay, if you go buying something and you want to pay via M-Pesa, rather than paying on the till, they're telling you, just send me the money. Now, that's a reaction. So right now, they are more or less avoiding the use of the till. So it's like an immediate threat. Some few years ago, someone mentioned that the KRA will start also monitoring our M-Pesa consumption and how much you're transacting on M-Pesa. And some employees, I know a few, who are right now not paying their employees via M-Pesa. So that's another threat. People are running away from it. So those are forms of communication. If KRA will monitor what it is, the amount I keep on sending, then I would rather pay people cash so that KRA does not know how much I am spending in terms of payment. Dothwaite and others established lots of sharing and selling of personal data by online technology. In fact, there's a lot of sales of your personal data. Our personal data, there is this app that came in 2019, FaceApp. Was it Face? Not FaceApp, sorry. There's an app that came that was harvesting the data of people, and one of the terms and conditions that it had is that you are giving them the full right to do whatever it is that they want with your data. So it means that you can actually travel to South Africa and you find your image on a billboard, but you cannot sue that company because you gave them the right. And sadly, most of us, whenever we are downloading these apps, one of the lies that he said is that the greatest lie is that of terms and conditions. We normally just click, I've read and understood, yeah? Well, in reality, we don't read it. So that particular app, you're giving it the right to harvest all your information and not claim any form of payment. So your image could be used anywhere in the world, but you don't really. You cannot sue them. So there is also another finding that came out was deliberate net fencing. A few people who have been hit are actually net fencing themselves. They are now controlling the number of people who can actually consume whatever it is that they post. This thing also seems to be obstructing e-commerce because most of us are now doubting, unless you're very sure of whoever you're trading with, you rarely want to transact business online. There's a case of identity theft. I think February this year, there's this lady, Taylor Swift, who had, some of us might have encountered her case. She had her image AI generated and made to participate in a pornographic activity. So anyone who didn't know her, anyone who knew her would say, this is Taylor Swift. But the IT people later on gathered, no, this is an AI generated thing. But now the question is, by the time you are explaining that to most of us, we'll be saying, no, you are caught. This is you. While you are not actually in that particular section. So AI is doing so many things, and courtesy of the things that you post. So this person actually just took the image of Taylor Swift online and generated her in a pornographic activity. Then there is also the risk of profiling. There was a case recently of June Chepkemoi, or an alleged case of June Chepkemoi, who was appointed the CEO of Kenya Tourism Board, though they are saying, there was that argument online that this was a lady who was formerly working with the media, but someone said, no, it's just a lookalike. But whichever the case, before you explain all these things, you've been profiled, because there are even photos of the same lady with very in wrong poses and all those, but people are saying, no, that is just a lookalike of June Chepkemoi. It's not real June Chepkemoi. But the biggest threat is reputational credibility, based on whatever it is that you post. So the long and short of the story is what we post can actually end up harming us in the long run. So what are the recommendations? A lot has been said about going legal about this thing, but how do you actually control something that goes beyond your geographical boundary? We have international laws, but it's still a bit tricky. So there are recommendations that these things should be made, matters, online security should be made in schools, so that actually people can learn and get to know that there are these positive, and you are made aware on the risk of whatever it is that you're posting. So this paper makes a recommendation of embedding this into school curriculum, not high school, as well as incorporating it into interaction designed to allow young people to make informed decisions whenever they are posting things. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I rest my case. Thank you so much.
Don't rest it now. We may have a few questions. Any questions from students? You don't want Frederick to show you the picture of June, eh? The recent ones, eh? Okay, any questions to Frederick? Were you sleeping in the presentation? Or he was so clear that everything was captured?
Thank you so much, Frederick Odhiambo, for that information that is affecting the globe. It's actually a pandemic, and we have seen everyone rushing that social media craze where people want to look good in the social media platforms. I remember one of our Kenyan girl who drowned because she wanted to post a photo that she was in a swimming pool. I've actually lost one of our students in one of the Kenyan university who were taking photos in a swimming pool because they wanted to post the same, because it's a craze. So my first question is, how does the digital footprint and the scars that it leaves affect the lives? I don't want to put the word our lives, because this study was about the students. How does it affect the students' life and the academic and their career progression? Then what is the role of the government in protecting the digital footprints of its people? That's my second question. And the last question is, I think you have mentioned under your recommendation that it is important to incorporate sensitization and education into our curricula, because I wanted to ask, like during the HIV pandemic, most of our programs in the universities, we have the HIV training. So I was suggesting that if the training institutions could incorporate their role in protecting their students in internet world. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Frederick. Just one more question before you answer.
Thank you very much, Odhiambo, for your presentation. Actually, it is very educative. We know how impactful social media is and how it has affected many people. So my worry or my questions will be, now that you know the problems that are coming up because of misuse of the metadata, and we know that in each of these platforms, they normally say there's a data protection. You actually prescribe that your data is safe. So then, what will be the way forward? Because if these things are known, that's sharing the data, and of course you know your data is safe, and then it's being misused. So do we deem that as a criminal activity? And if it is so, how do we protect it? How do we punish such people who do such? Because people are aware. Awareness is there, most of the time is there, but even if we bring this, we embed such issues into the curricula, the question will still stand, what is the way forward? Because bad people or criminal will still actually use such information for their own gainful reason. Thank you very much.
Okay, Frederick.
Thank you. Allow me to start with the last question. What is the way forward? One of the things, maybe if you are to look at the entire paper, one of the things that you might see, you might come across on this paper is we have if you remember in 2019, 2018 thereabout, we had something about digital registration by the country, what we called Huduma card. And people were rather cold about the same. Why were people cold? Because they were not so sure about the government's honesty on the use of that data, and secondly, the capability of the government to protect that data. When we were grappling with that, just 2 years before, around 2016, there was a case of Cambridge Analytica when we had US elections that brought in Trump. And one of the things that came out is that someone somewhere actually harvested data and shared and was used for elections. Fast forward to 2019 again, there was a case of Facebook leaking over 22 million accounts to an unknown person. Back home, one of the biggest holders of data is Safaricom. And we have a case, actually if you are to Google, there's a case of 2 Safaricom staff who are accused of also sharing our private data. Now, when we talk about Safaricom, I think almost all of us here, you know, as long as you have M-Pesa and you have Safaricom number, they have your data, yeah? So 2 Safaricom staff also sharing personal data to be used for other things. So simply put, big companies seem to be struggling with data protection. One thing that Safaricom is a big, not Safaricom, back at home Safaricom is a big company. They should actually have capability to safeguard this thing. But you can see it's an inside job. I recently were buying some IT, some system, and the company that came to sell it to us was mentioning, we protect our data at Safaricom, and I was smiling. Because as far as he was concerned, Safaricom must be very safe. But back here, I have information about Safaricom staff selling the data. Now, Facebook is equally grappling with the same. I've told you there is a case of, in my paper, there's a case where they've leaked the data, and a lot of data was out. So is it matters legal? Of course, there are so many papers, if you go online, that are talking about regulating and coming with legal framework to protect all this. One of the major challenges, one of the major challenges is that this thing goes beyond the borders. If I was to do something on your app and I'm based in Uganda, you're based in Kenya, of course, there are international laws. But some of those laws, by the time you exploit them, and you might not have the financial muscle, that the damage will have been done. So occasionally it's a bit difficult. Someone like Taylor Swift, for instance, it is Jeff Bezos that came to her aid and pulled down everything. And if you search for her now, you could not get her. They were not able to make use of legal framework to protect her because the thing originated somewhere in Asia. Maybe if I had to stretch it further, I don't know whether we have Kabarak University here, but just late last year, Kabarak University's platform was hijacked by someone who claimed as a young boy from Singapore, they had to create a new platform. Okay, because that person said, for me to return this platform, you have to pay me this amount. So going legal so far is a bit tricky. It seems to be, they've not mapped it out to be able to solve the case. But maybe along the way, it might. But that's why we are recommending that at least if the generation is informed through education, they make informed decision whenever they are posting something and get to know that whatever I post can come to affect me so many years down the line. I don't know if I've answered your case there, yeah? Yeah, now back to my colleague here. How does this affect our lives? If I got your question well, yeah? I think the major effect, there is physical effect, of course, those cases of tracking people, abduction, and all those. But the greatest is psychological effect, what we call cyberbullying, cyber threat. There's a lot of pressure. I do agree with you, mentioned that. I noticed like in our university last year, when there was a graduation, and after the graduation, one girl, the dad organized a fantastic graduation party, you know, with the wedding nowadays, yeah? And in the graduation, she was bought for a Mercedes-Benz. Now, the other students were the pressure that you feel. You know, I also need to show my friends what I have. The pressure that comes to us as parents. Can you make my graduation look like this? But we are different. My mom used to say our fingers are different, you know. My wealth might not match yours, might not match his. So when my daughter is pressuring me to do a graduation like that, we are not the same. But psychological damage has been done because everyone, if you look at our photos online, all of us seem to be living an extremely comfortable life. I don't know whether, very few people post stressing lives in online. Just a small percentage. Majority of the people is about, you know, I've made it. We've made it. Okay. So what is the role of the government in this? The government, of course, tries to come up with the legislation. I think before President Uhuru came, there was that data protection law that came in. Of course, a few cases have been netted, and they are trying with it, but it's still a bit elusive. But I think through legislation and education, but I think more about education would help us solve this problem. Legislation, you know, normally they say some people believe that what is illegal is sweeter than what is legal. So legislation might be a bit elusive. Education might really help us. I do agree with you, training people and creating general awareness about data protection would actually help a great deal. I hope I answered all the questions. Thank you.
Yeah, but just one more question. Okay. Thank you. He has answered. So tumpigie makofi tena. You said what is illegal is sweeter than... Okay, thank you. Okay, so we have the last presentation for the day. And the presentation is on a critical analysis of artificial intelligence tools in education, whether it's a blessing or a curse. And the presenter is Dr. Mvuria Mkala. Dr. Mvuria is a lecturer in the department, the Institute of ICI, and he has also served as a director of the institute. So welcome, Dr. Mvuria.
So good afternoon, everyone. As you've heard, my name is Dr. Mvuria Mgala. I'm passionate about artificial intelligence, and you've heard that artificial intelligence is supposed to be ushering, or it has ushered the fourth industrial revolution. Just like electricity, internet, and of course, yes. So AI is also here with us to stay. So we better brace up to like it. We have no option. So we are looking at a critical analysis of artificial intelligence in education. Now the question is it a blessing or a curse? Now they say technology is neither good nor bad. So you can't really say it is bad, like my colleague who has been talking about social media. And you can also not say it is good. So we are there. We are there. We are in a very critical point. Okay. Next slide. Now, a lot of bullets there. AI definitely is changing the educational paradigm from automated administrative systems to individualized learning algorithms. AI in education holds the promise of improving students' results, streamlining educational processes, and customizing the learning processes for each student. That is the way forward. But it also brings up important practical, ethical, and technical issues, all of which demand careful research. My discussion will be around the following items: conducting a thorough overview of the ways in which AI tools are now being used in educational context, then conduct a critical analysis of the literature to determine whether AI technologies can enhance student and instructor experience or lecturer experience, then examine the difficulties in integrating AI into the classroom, and also analyze the ways in which AI tools can exacerbate or lessen educational inequalities, and finally provide actionable advice for the educators, legislators, and tech developers. Now, the next slide is an interesting one. I think all of us know about ChatGPT. The thing is, you can ask ChatGPT anything. You actually talk to it, and it will talk to you back. And some of you know, but I'm sure if you're a student here, you have used ChatGPT for everything, including writing code if you're a programming student. You just give it instructions, and it will give you. Someone asked a question. So here they say, we asked ChatGPT to explain ChatGPT. We asked ChatGPT to explain ChatGPT in 50 words. It is that precise. You tell it to talk to you in 10 words, it will give you 10 words. 50 words, it will give you 50 words. And here is the answer. So ChatGPT talked about ChatGPT and said ChatGPT is a large language model developed by OpenAI based on ChatGPT 3.5. Now we have 4.0. It can generate human-like text based on input prompts. So that means if you type anything on that prompt, it is like you are talking to a colleague, and it will give you the response. Answer questions and perform a variety of natural language processing tasks. It was trained on a massive data set of internet text to learn patterns and relationships in languages. So whatever is in the world is in the internet. And it's like when you are talking to ChatGPT, you are asking what is in the world. And the internet, ChatGPT knows. So that's where we are. So what are the benefits of AI? Just still part of introduction. Of course, there's personalized learning, improved administrative tasks, and deep analysis of students' performance. That can be done using AI. Now, generally we know, any time we talk about ChatGPT or we talk about AI tools in education, people, it triggers something like there must be concerns over data use. We just said that ChatGPT was created using massive database. All that information that you give social media, it goes somewhere, and ChatGPT developers are very happy with your data. They capture it. Every statement, every picture you post, ChatGPT is happy. It just accumulates, and improves their tool. So there are concerns over data use. There are concerns over dependence on AI. And I'm sure most of you students, you are really dependent on AI if you are very honest. You are very dependent on artificial intelligence, especially the ChatGPT. Then there are also issues around critical thinking. Are we able to think critically anymore? Or will always go to the AI to ask for assistance? Then, of course, there's the socialization skills. Now, if you can talk to a computer, someone asked me when I was studying somewhere, who is your best friend? I told them my laptop. Because I can talk to the laptop anytime, from morning to evening to midnight, to past midnight. I can talk to the laptop. So there are issues about socialization skills. Are we able to socialize with one another anymore? Then, of course, there are others who have access, and there are others who totally don't have access, and therefore there's a big digital divide. So those are issues or pitfalls that come to your mind anytime you talk about technology. Now, let's look at the methodology, because we did a literature search. The criteria for selecting sources was basically focusing on recent, any recent publication. In fact, the last just 4 years, all the literature was about just 4 years back, or maybe 5 thereabout. And then, of course, we also were careful about the high quality. They must have been published in revered journals. Now, the keywords we used to search for this literature include artificial intelligence and education. The next one is AI tools and learning outcomes. Then machine learning and educational technology, AI and personalized learning. See, when you are searching on the net, you have to identify some words which you'll use to search, and that's what we did. Then after doing that, we managed to get some literature from over 5 databases. There could have been more, and we were able to assess about 1,000 papers, or even over. Then we were able to look at the abstracts of about 500 papers, and then we found 200 relevant publications, and then we zeroed in on just about 50 papers with useful information. Okay, then now we go to the literature review itself. So the first item we looked at is technological innovation and applications. Now, we saw that the main tools being used are grouped in intelligent tutoring systems. We have intelligent tutoring systems. We have personalized learning environments. We have AI-driven assessments. And of course, AI-assisted research, especially for those who are doing postgraduate. There's a lot of help in AI-assisted research. We all agree. If you haven't used it, you better wake up to the wave. Okay. Now, the other thing that we looked at is, from the papers, is effectiveness and education outcomes. How is AI ensuring effectiveness and educational outcomes of the students? And it came out that AI's impact on, so we basically looked at AI's impact on learning and retention. Does it help students to learn and to retain the concepts? Now, we can answer that question ourselves. but there were varied effectiveness. From the papers, there were varied effectiveness depending on the design and implementation. So depending on how the design has been made to assist children, for example, to learn, if it is designed properly, with the learner in mind, then the tool will assist them. If it is designed in another way, where the designer is not really involving the users, then the impact may not be that good. So that's what literature says. The next thing is about teacher and educator perspective. We sought to understand, what are the views of teachers? What are the views of lecturers? What are they saying from the papers? Now, educators appreciate AI, especially for personalized learning and efficiency. Now, I know why we do that. You know, I can create PowerPoints and also put an image, a talking image, and give you as students and go away. So that image will talk to you, will read those slides and talk to you through the class. A whole hour they can talk to you. So obviously educators will be happy about that. So the other thing is concerns regarding data. So that also came out regarding data privacy and teaching of professional values. Now, there's a challenge there. According to the papers, there's a challenge there. We are not very sure whether AI is helping students acquire what you call professional values. We are not very sure. Okay, now the next item was the challenges and limitations. So we looked at papers. What are the outstanding challenges? Now, there are issues of technical and practical barriers in AI adoption. There are, of course, many preparations. Like if you want to digitize, you have to prepare. We have to put in the right infrastructure. We have challenges like in most of our developing nations. We have challenges of unstable electricity and so on, and even connectivity. So those are technical things, challenges that would really give us a beating as we desire to implement AI in education. And then there are also those ethical and privacy concerns in AI implementations. Of course, we use data. We use data. And that data, we have issues accessing, especially data. We have to be very careful because we don't want to breach the rule that governs data privacy. So there are those challenges according to literature. They came out, they are quite outstanding. Now, the other issue is equity and accessibility. So this came out very strongly. Quite a number of papers were saying, looking at AI's role. So is it bridging or widening educational gaps? And those are questions that we can ponder. Is it bridging or widening educational gaps? So some people were like, yes, it is bridging the gap. Now, a case in point, I just had a meeting this morning with some officers from the Ministry of Education. They are saying a teacher from a very big school who is a very good physics teacher can be connected to teach another 7 or 10 or even 100 schools via, of course, technology. So if you look at it like that, then it is bridging the educational gap. But on the other hand, those schools, do they have the infrastructure? See, that is the challenge. So these are things we need to really ponder. And when we can't say this is the way to go, and this is not the way to go, especially for us in these developing countries. So also the necessity for inclusive, accessible AI tools came out. So there's a dire need to make sure that these tools are accessible to everyone. That's what came out. Now, future direction and innovations. So emerging trends in AI education, we had issues like personalized learning. So those are areas which we need to take. So we need to really venture. There's room for a lot of innovations on personalized learning. Whatever's been done is not sufficient. Then there's room for innovation on AI-enabled assessment. It would be great if we would, as lecturers, as instructors, we just invest a lot of time in teaching and we don't do any serious marking, especially those 200 scripts, 300 scripts, 500 scripts. It is a nightmare for educators. So if AI can do that, then that will be a great success. So that's where we are saying there's according to the papers, there's an area of research there. Then educational data mining, we learn a lot from data. You know, if you arrive here in first year, with AI, we can say what grade you'll get in fourth year. Will you graduate with a first class, a second class, or a fail? We can tell from data. If we mine a lot of data, we can build predictors. So there's a lot of research, room for research there. Then the other issue is ethical AI use, and of course AI literacy. Not many people know anything about AI, even the teachers. So there's a lot of investment required on that, on AI literacy. So that means there's room. Then issues of policy and ethical framework. Now, according to the papers, there's need for comprehensive policies and also ethical guidelines to ensure responsible AI use in education. Now, the way students, these days, I'm very careful when I'm giving an assignment because I can look foolish. You can give students an assignment and they just smile at you. They just go to the net and they download everything and they present it. So there's need for ethical guidance. According to the papers, there's serious need for ethical guidance to ensure responsible AI use in education. Okay, just a brief on the discussion. Synthesis of AI benefits and challenges in education have been presented. You've been careful, you've been keen, you have seen there's an argument for and against AI. And you are left to judge on your own. Then what also has come out is the importance of collaborative efforts for inclusive and equitable AI integration. There's serious need for that collaborative effort. So we don't leave it to the computer science people. We have to bring everyone on board. We have to bring in the students and the communities, and we embrace AI. And if we don't do that in Africa, we will be left behind, because this wave is unstoppable. We will be consuming what has been given by the West. Because of interest in research, there are things that came out very clear in that review, which we call research gap. So identifying areas lacking in research, we have, there's no longitudinal impact. So after people have used AI in their studies or for a long time, what is the impact? Do those people acquire knowledge? So there's no research in that area. So those who are doing postgraduate, you can pursue this and do longitudinal impact assessment. Then there's a need to research on equity and access. There's also need to look at teacher training. How can we do teacher training on AI? And then, of course, there's also need to research on ethical concerns. And finally, on the conclusion, AI transformative potential in education balanced with ethical and practical consideration. So we need to look at the transformative potential of AI in education, and then we balance it with the practical consideration. That also is what has come out in the review. Then the imperative for cooperative development of AI tools for a positive impact in education. So there's also that need for cooperative development of AI tools. That also has come out in the review. And finally, the contribution of the paper. So the review makes a significant contribution to the body of literature by providing a thorough and nuanced analysis of the inherent challenges. We saw the challenges and then the transformative potential of integrating AI into education. And then also we saw the potential that is in AI. So this helps readers gain a deeper understanding of how to strike a balance between the advancement of technology and morally and fair teaching practices. So that brings us to the end of this discussion, and I say thank you for being very attentive.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mvuria, for that AI presentation. I hope that you didn't ask AI, that AI make for me a presentation.
I'll give you the answer.
Okay, any questions to Dr. Mvuria? Although we are going in for lunch, I have those 1, 2, 3 questions.
Thank you. That's a very informative presentation. Of course, AI is currently on the rampage. I came across something where even in Hollywood, they are currently worried that they are being replaced. They are replacing human actors with AI actors, but that's on the side. Now, back to academia. You've said that the ethical place of AI. What is the place of AI in co-authoring? Could I cite, for example, Odhiambo and ChatGPT?
Thank you very much. Next question from Professor Dallo.
Thank you, Mvuria, for that presentation. I was just thinking about this animal AI. If someone plays a COVID on us on AI, will we survive? Can our students, if someone just switches off the internet, let's say for 3 months, can we survive? And that one takes me to one of your recommendations. You're talking about longitudinal impact of AI. Do people really learn? So I'm seeing a scenario where we are even impairing our capacity in terms of brain development because we can't think. You want anything small, you get to AI platforms, you get a presentation, very beautiful presentation, you get good notes, but do they add value? So what is the future without AI? If someone plays a COVID on us on AI, what happens?
Can I answer those questions? I don't have anything to write here.
Okay, proceed.
Now, maybe beginning with Odhiambo. Yeah, you see, you have to use the AI with the wisdom. So in the sense that AI must be used as a tool, not a co-author. So it can help you get paper. Go look first. You if you
they have just done an AI on you.
Yeah. Hata hii pia inafanya. Now you can tell AI, maybe we need to talk more closely. You can tell AI, please, and you can use please or not. Please give me citations or papers about this topic. And you can tell it, give me 10 papers or 20 papers. Or you can tell AI, give me a review of literature on this. So it will give you a review of literature with citations. And you can tell it, give me with the reference. It will give you with references. Now it is upon you to go to each of the citations and the references and to read those papers. What it has done is it has only helped you to solicit for those papers in that big database. So it is a very important tool. Initially, I also used to think this AI is a bad thing until I had a professor who was with Dr. Makondo here saying, please use AI. Use AI. If you don't use it, you'll be left behind. So after that, you get the papers, you look at one by one. It makes mistakes because it's not foolproof. Any algorithm has a percentage of success. Yeah, it can make errors. So you go each paper one by one, download, go to a database, confirm. If you copy the paper, you can go to Google Scholar, you can go to the other databases, you see if the paper exists and if it is relevant. So there's still some work, a lot of work. Yeah, so you don't need to co-author AI, ChatGPT. Now, again, Prof, AI is a tool. It's not an animal. So we don't have to worry. We don't have to worry. We will not die. So let's just embrace it. It's a good tool, very nice tool. I like it.
But remember, Prof's question was, can you imagine life without AI? Even for a single day. I remember there was a time we lost WhatsApp for a few minutes, isn't it? And life was boring, I can tell you. So can you imagine?
Yeah, I will ask Sir Prof, right now, without internet, if I go to a place where there is no internet, I'm uncomfortable. Yesterday I was in some place and there was no internet. And it's like, how do you people survive here? How can you live without internet? So we are getting there, if we have not gotten there already, that we need AI. We need AI everywhere, because but we have to use it as a tool. That's the quote-unquote emphasis.
Thank you, Dr. Mgala, for your wonderful presentation. And as you are presenting there, a lot of questions came to my mind regarding
ask only one.
regarding that technology. And you've said it is a technology, but you see, people use technology to come up with products. Assume AI is used combined with the robotics, and now trying to solve solutions or even taking job space for where now, like I am a lecturer. Assume now I use a technology AI, infuse in robotics, and then I use robots to do that work. Then where shall we be in terms of work? That's one.
Okay, can I answer that one first?
Okay.
Now, you see, I didn't mention that one, but it is one of the issues that came up in the papers. And it's like part of this framework is supposed to facilitate adopting AI, not to replace the lecturers, not to replace the employees, but to enhance them, to make them work better and more efficiently. Yeah.
Okay, then another issue is on the ethics and data ownership. He has right to say, if I use ChatGPT, right, I can get some literature review out of that. What if a student uses it to actually write a thesis? Whose thesis would be that? Is it the student or ChatGPT?
Yeah, that's a good one. Lazy students will go to ChatGPT and say, write for me a thesis, 50 pages on this topic. But any teacher or any lecturer who knows ChatGPT, when they look at it, just first look and they know this thing has been generated. So let's not worry. Whatever is generated is very clear, is known. And again, of course, people don't just generate theses. They go through supervision. So you'll go step by step with them. They can generate. If they generate chapters or sections, then you come and sit with them and tell them, okay, now own this one. The word is owning. So they must own everything they write. And they can make sure, we don't have time to tell you, there are tools for literature review, there are tools for shortening, there are tools for paraphrasing, all of them AI. You need to be friendly to me, to onge. So there are so many tools. Na yule tole pale anajua. Okay, so.
Mine is not a question, mine is just to thank you, Dr. Mgala, You have done very good, very well indeed. You have started very well. Is technology good or bad? The only problem that you have done, you have left your audience in suspense because you have not answered the question. Is technology good or bad? Is AI good or bad? But it was a very nice presentation. We really admire the way you have done it.
Thank you. I think that's where he has left it. Is good or bad. Now we want to have a student asking a question on this side.
Just repeat it. Let me just repeat the question. It has been asked once again over there. What is the future? In the future, is AI? Is there a threat for job replacements by use of the AI tools in the near future?
Oh, thank you for that question. If you embrace AI, you'll have a job to do. Recently, I wanted to see if AI can generate a logo. So I gave instructions: generate a logo, use this color, use this wording, and lo and behold, it generated for me a very nice logo, which I can post, and if it's a logo competition, I get some good money. Now, why is there a job for me? Because I've embraced AI. So it is upon every person. I started by saying it is a revolution. You know, revolutions, you have to align with them. If you don't align with them, you'll be left out. So you look for opportunities in the revolution. So you can't sit back and say, this thing is taking over. No. We have to embrace it. And you'll find something to do. The good thing is that IT or these technologies, it's like a thick forest. There's something for everyone to do. Literally everyone. So you'll not miss a job. You'll find something to do. There are many jobs that are yet to come. Different types of jobs. Yeah. So we don't need to worry. Let's embrace AI. It is a revolution. It's a wave. Sawa. Yeah.
Thank you. It's me again, but no, not a question. Okay. But maybe just to rub in something you've said. There's actually an AI tool to identify AI-generated material.
Yes.
So, for example, if a student, like in my case, I've done it, if a student will submit to me work generated by ChatGPT, I can actually subject it and it will tell me this is AI generated.
Yes.
One of them, of course, is Zero ChatGPT, but there are so many other tools that can identify AI generated materials. Thank you.
Yeah, so what we do, if you send work, we use Turnitin to see if there's Turnitin. That is a traditional tool. But now we have to use Turnitin with AI, with the capacity to identify AI. And there are many other tools, as you just said. But we have gone around it. We have paraphrasers. We have all those things. So, nyinyi wazee, amkeni, yeah?
Okay, thank you. I thought you can also tell AI, generate for me AI content that AI cannot detect. We have another question from a student again.
Okay, thank you. My question is, why are people worried about AI and cannot take it in a positive way and compare it to a library whereby only those who are in need of it can access it, and you can also misuse it. It's just like a library full of books and knowledge.
Yeah, I totally agree with him. There's a teacher who is a student of mine doing masters. I showed him the tool. So she went to the school and found many innovations in their science congresses. And those innovations went through. So when we meet here, we just laugh. So they think the person is very innovative. The students are very innovative, but everything comes from AI. So you see, people must not fear it. They must use it. They must get the innovations and make sure they customize them. So the most important word there is customize on whatever you have generated.
Any last question from students?
There's no reason for fear.
Okay. So no reason for fear. We're running out of time. I think we are supposed to do this by 1 p.m. and it's beyond 1 p.m. So I want to close this session. Let's clap for Mvuria, tumpigie makofi. I hope you are not a walking AI. Good. So I think after this we will proceed for lunch. But I want to take this opportunity to thank all of you for the concentration you have shown, for the presenters, for the valuable presentation that you've made today. And I want to ask my colleague in this session, Dr. Sylvia Mtua, to make final remarks and make a few announcements before we go for lunch, which is served.
Thank you very much. That's my dean and my boss at the School of Humanities, Dr. Nato. Thank you for that very beautiful session. Asanteni sana. At this juncture, I'm going to humbly request all the presenters, please move up stage so that we can have a group photo to document this particular session for today. I'm humbly requesting all the presenters to move up stage. Bwana VC, kwa heshima na taadhima, naomba tafadhali upige picha na presenters wetu kwa leo. The chairperson of this session, Dr. Nato, I humbly ask you to also move up stage. The Secretary General for WASU in the house, Professor Odalo, please move up stage for that photo as well. The Dean, School of Applied and Health Sciences, Dr. Makonde, please move up stage for the photo session as well. I hope I've not left anyone else. All the presenters for today, let's have that group photo today. Songeheni, gentlemen, just move. Looks like this was a purely masculine session, eh? But you're meant for women, eh? Let's have that photo. Looking good, gentlemen. Piga picha watoshee kwa frame, eh? Thank you very much. The ladies want to join? Come on, let's have the ladies. Are we having a photo with the Vice Chancellor? Yeah? No, I'm saying you and your VCs. Bibi, tunakuja. Let's have a photo for the MUST team. Dean School of Applied remain, Dean School of Humanities remain, so that we can have that photo. Professor Odalo, beautiful smile there. Please join the deans in that photo. Professor Odalo, beautiful smile. Join the team for that photo. Let's have that photo. We say from ideas to impact, eh? And the idea for a stronger collaboration between our two universities is going to start with that photo. Deans, join the photo. Thank you very much. Before you leave, let's have the deans joining you for the photo. That is the Dean School of Applied and the Dean School of Humanities, and the UASU representative, the Secretary General, Professor Odalo. Let's have the deans joining the photos. Thank you. Thank you very much. So this brings us to the official end of this particular session. For today, we want to say thank you for all our presenters and all the guests who are present today. After this, we'll have a lunch break. The team from MUST, Masinda Muliro University, will proceed to the Hackathon Challenge, where they're waiting for us. And then the rest will meet at 2 when we come for the closing ceremony. Thank you very much, and may God bless you.
that we can close early for those who are traveling. So ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our final day of our 5th TUM Multidisciplinary Conference. Our theme was From Ideas to Impact, Igniting Cross-Sector Innovations to shape a sustainable future. We all know that since Tuesday we've been here and we've been running 2 parallel events. That is the Multidisciplinary Conference, and we also had the Innovation Week. On the projection, we have, you can see the activities that were engaging our students throughout the 4 days. We had a robotics competition, we had a blockchain hackathon, we had pitching and exhibitions, and we also had a training or an entrepreneurship day. So we had several partners that held our hands to run the Innovation Week for our students. We also had invited guests from other schools. We had Aldina Visram High School and others. So I would like to invite one of our sponsors for the Blockchain Hackathon who is here to give his remark. Alex from Web3 Clubs. He's the one who has assisted us in running the Blockchain Hackathon, and also he'll be awarding our students. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Okay. It's good to see you guys again. Thank you once again, BBA, for welcoming us to your institution. TUM, the Technical University of Mombasa, was the first university to welcome us 2 years ago. At that time, the club chairman was Roy Maingi. He really did push for us to have presence with the Innovation Club, and we've been able to hold trainings for developers since then. All right, so thank you to my fellow guests as well from MUST. Asanteni sana for joining us. BBA, I think the products we've seen and the ideas we've seen are really encouraging. And also, I think what's important is the excitement of the builders and developers, because it's from that excitement that we see innovation coming up. So we need to have people liking and having fun in what they do, and that keeps them excited to keep consistently building, because it's hard stuff, right? I was speaking with the high school guys here, and they were telling me they want to do Rust to program advanced robots and chips. So you guys are the future, so keep doing what you're doing. Next year, come again, all right? Even after school, still come again don't miss innovation weeks, right? Okay, so Bibi, would you like me to?
Thank you so much. Let us give him a technical clap. He partnered with us, ensure that the blockchain hackathon ran well, and also sponsored us to facilitate our students in that activity. So we're going to give him 3 factorial, please. We'll start. Thank you so much. I will also, so we'll start with the awarding. We had robotics, we had a university category and high school category. I'm privileged to announce that our visitors or our guests from Aldina Visram performed so well in the robotics competition. These little boys are an inspiration and they are our next customers. 80% of them, while interviewing them, they want to come to TUM and continue advancing their robotic skills. They want to join mechanical, they want to join electrical. So I would like to call their captain forward, Arif. Please come forward. Please allow me to give him 1 minute to say hi. This boy has brilliant brains. He's a good programmer, a good assembler. He wants to become a mechanical engineer. So I'll give him a minute to say hi. Tell us what inspired you coming to TUM for this. How did you feel? And what are your future plans? Welcome.
Hi, good evening. I am Taha Arif. I am proud to be in TUM to compete with the university. And in future, I want to be a mechanical engineer. To study it in TUM, Technical University of Mombasa. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we'll start awarding the robotics winners. We had several groups. We had 2 groups from Aldina Visram. I've said all of them performed so well. The photos are displayed on the screen. So I want to call upon the VC, Masinde Muliro, to do us the honors of awarding the robotic champions. So we had a group by the name Group G in the Robotics League, Group G. Do you have them here? Group G. We had Group F. Group F, are they here? Group E. Group E, come forward if we have their representative here. Let us give her a good round of applause. So we can all see that women in technology is advancing. We want to appreciate Technical University of Mombasa for giving them the opportunity. We had Group D. Group D. Group C. And now allow me to call our little engineers. Aldina Visram High School, we had Group B. Can I have the captain from Group B? We have Group A from Aldina Visram. Can we have the captain? Including the token award from TUM, they also received a gift voucher worth 50,000 shillings from AfriBot Robotics. And I'll also call the captain to come back and their teacher to come forward so that they can get their trophy for the robotic champions high school category. Can we have their teacher also? And a few of you can come for the photo. Let us give them a big round of applause. You can join them for the photo. Let us encourage our young boys. Please, I would like all of you to join at the podium for the photo. Aldina Visram, please join your friends for the photo. All of us can see that technology is changing, days are changing, and we need to engage our children right from the start. As early as 7 years, the brain development growth of a child has already ended. So at that time, you should introduce your child to the technology or the good things you want them to do. So as early as 7 years, you can introduce your children to technology so that they can excel in their future endeavors. Thank you so much. I'll now call upon the director from Masinde Muliro University. Madam, please do the honors of awarding the next category. This Group F, I can see their members here. Group F. They were leading in the university category, robotics. So I would request his team to come forward and receive their trophy also. You can join them. The robotics team, if you are here, please join them for a photo. All of you did a wonderful demonstration. As they're taking the photo, blockchain hackathon winners, I'll start from position 5. I believe you know your positions. So position 5, prepare to come for the awarding. So I would like to call Alex from Web3 to do the honors.
All right. So for the first prize of all right, the first position for the blockchain hackathon, Team Elimu, please come forward. So Team Elimu go home with 14,000 shillings.
Our acting registrar PRI to assist in awarding, Dr. Sylvia Mutua.
Where are your members? Team Elimu, are you around?
Team Elimu.
Yes. Team
Team
Elimu?
Elimu, from the blockchain hackathon.
Seems they're having lunch, Bado. Okay. Congratulations. Number 2, Team Feather. Team Feather came in second. They've won 9,000 shillings. Okay, so number 3, fake news. We call Dr. Rakma to award them. They have won 7,000 shillings. Thank you. Daktari, I request for you to award number 4, SRC, Team SRC. Are they here? 4,000 shillings. Daktari, nasikia tuendelee. Team 5, Team Pavilion, 4,000 shillings as well.
Thank you so much. We still have one envelope for the robotics team G. Have they come to the hall? Robotics team G. I would request our innovation chair, Kasim Zero, to come and do the honors. If the team is here, please come for a photo. If the team is here, please come forward for a photo. Wait. We also had Swahili Pot on board, and they hosted us Entrepreneurship Day on Thursday from 8 to 5. We had a training on entrepreneurship and also pitching experience for our students. 3 of our innovators were picked up by sponsors for incubation and commercialization. Let us give them a good round of applause. So we have our representatives from Swahili Pot. We had a representative from Swahili Pot. Is she still here to come and do the award for the pitching winners? So we had a Finnick Danish who did pitching and was picked for incubation at Swahili Pot. Come forward. So I'd request, is it the director research from Masinde Muliro, innovation, to do the honors, please? Thank you so much. We also had Regina. She had a good innovation. So I would call upon Madam Dr. Lydia from Masinde Muliro to do us the award. And lastly, we had a good innovation from Noah Kipto and Bahati Mabonga. Insecurity is alarming. Along the coastal line of Lamu, they come up with an innovation to ensure the safety of our officers that have been dying in that area. Let us give them a good round of applause. So I would like one last person to do the awards. And I will call upon our visitor from Masinde Muliro. Mgeni njoo mwenyeji. Huku kwetu Mombasa huwa tunasema hivyo. Mgeni njoo mwenyeji apone. So thank you so much. I would like to take this opportunity at this time to recognize the presence of the team that facilitated the blockchain hackathon from TUM. I'll call my members, Innovation Committee members, please come forward if you are in the hall. It was not an easy task. We did a lot of work. Please come forward. Those who ensured that our students got an opportunity to exhibit, hack, build, and excel in their innovations. So I would give Kasim to give a remark to the management for allowing us to have this.
Thank you. Jambo wote. You are so gloomy. Hi. Ilikuwaje function? It was wow, si ndio? I want to take this opportunity to thank each and every one of you. First, the management and our leader, Dr. Rahma, Dr. Sylvia, and the neighbors from Masinde Muliro. We are saying we are very much honored to allow us showcase the innovations, and we are saying the plane has just started. So next year it will be more wow than this year. Thank you, and God bless us all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I would like now to hand over to Dr. Sylvia to finalize with the program. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I thought I was working hard. I didn't get a gift also. Bibie, katika hizo check, hakukuwa na ya mpangaji. 5 factorial, nikimaliza kazi. Sawa, sawa. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed, even the VC in the house. For me, I would say today has been a learning experience. I wrote a message when we were at the School of Medicine. Bibia said I can go if I want. Nikamjibu kwa message. She can confirm she's here. Nikamuuliza niende wapi? You need to teach me this blockchain thingy. Next time it's me winning the money. Sinyi mnakula peke yenyu. And it made me realize there's a lot of potential when it comes to internet. I don't know what blockchain means. I'm being as honest as it comes. But to realize every day we learn, and we learn from different people. You cannot be a custodian of knowledge. When you interact with other people, you get to know what is happening in the industry. You get to, because I'm very particular. I'll say, for example, I want to have a software that does 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But I don't actually know the components that incorporate what goes behind the scenes. The only mathematics I know is the one which calculates my data and gives me results. Sindio? Structural equation modeling, hapo ndio nimefika in terms of complexity, regression and ANOVA. But you realize there's more mathematics, The one which I was called, I had something like languages of the future. Web3, yes. I don't know if you recruit senior citizens, like myself. Yes. I know a bit of mathematics, Yes. So I had those things. And when I heard about languages of the future, I only knew about Python programming language. But I'm now realizing, it has grown. You know, we come from the age where we were dealing with the MS-DOS. Wangapi tulifanya MS-DOS? Yes. And at that time, tulikuwa tunaona tumefika. Like we were it. But right now, I'm sure MS-DOS, it doesn't really add. But I'm really humbled, and I really appreciate that on top of just having the normal presentations we had, our students were able to learn. And today, as much as I might be a doctor, unaitwa doctor lakini huwezi jibu your language ya Python, it humbles me. And sincerely, Web3, I will join. I checked online, someone can be a member. I wanted to join your WhatsApp. I couldn't join. So figure out that link so that we can be able to join. Because what happens, you realize in the interdisciplinarity of things and in the multidisciplinarity of things, there are some of us who are enthusiasts. Enthusiasts are people who, that may not be our primary discipline, but we are really interested in knowing how to do it. Bibia has said that children as young as 7 years can code. I'm bringing you a student with 7 years to code. Okay? And these are the things which challenge us. When we meet together, we network, we collaborate, we learn from each other, and we grow forward. Sindio, how many have learned something new? From Tuesday, nani aliboeka? Hatukuboeka. Sindio? So I want to take this opportunity as we come to the close of this particular program. I want to say a very big thank you to all those who participated in this activity. We would not have done it today. I had a team that was helping me make this happen, and I'm happy. And I'm very happy that despite having a team that held my hand, the only way this would have worked is by your presence. Unaweza sema this conference the Multidisciplinary Conference, the 5th TUM Multidisciplinary Conference and Innovation Week was only successful because you did what? You attended. Wewe mwenyewe, mimi na wewe, sindio? But if you were not here, we would not even have had this closing ceremony. So I want to thank each one of you in a very special way. Aldina Vishram, when I was a small girl at MMSHA, we used to admire Aldina Vishram. You know, we guys used to wear white dresses. They are the only school which, they wear white, by the way. So we used to really admire, they were the IT school. Are you still the IT school, eh? Nyundo wale wase, sindio? Yes, and we're really proud of you. It's very happy when you come to the university. It's actually very good when you challenge our students. When you become number one, when your project is better than that one of a university student, I think that's something for you to pat yourself in the back and tell yourself that you're moving in the what? In the right direction. So I really want to say asanteni sana for those who traveled from far and wide. The VC, thank you for gracing this ceremony. It's not every day that you have a VC from another university coming to your event. So Professor, I am humbled and I am grateful. I'm grateful. Thank you for the beautiful team that you brought. They've been with us. They've made it easier for us. We've interacted, we've exchanged a few ideas, and I'm sure moving forward, TUM and Masile Murila will be speaking the same language. Come research, come innovation, and even issues to do with blue economy and maritime education. I can see my boss is coming. Karibu, Professor. Karibu, Professor. Thank you very much. I also want to say thank you to all our presenters, the people who presented. This was the first time where I think we had over 90 papers. Simujipigie makofi. Yes. We had, I remember the first time when we made the first call and we had a deadline. And then we woke up one day, and by that time we had around 60 papers. But we had people calling us and saying, no, Daktari, we want to participate in this conference. And we extended the deadline a little bit so that we could accommodate more people. But even after closing the deadline, I remember on the eve of the conference, someone calling me and telling me, Daktari, I have a paper and I have a PPT. Can you give me a slot? And I was like, Aki Pole, I've already printed the book of abstracts. I'm not sure how we can sneak it in. So I want to take this opportunity and say thank you to the papers that we had, the research that has been, disseminated in this particular forum. It's been enriching, and it actually made this year not just us having a multidisciplinary conference and an innovation week, but having a multidisciplinary conference and innovation week with that difference. And that could only be possible because of the leadership of our CEO, Professor Laila Abubakar, and the DVC ARE. When we told the DVC about the conference, he said, Dr. Mutua, make sure those things are done in one day. Have a date for when you are responding back to the people. Hakuna abstract itareviewwa in 2 weeks. Abstracts are going to be reviewed on one day. I asked Prof, uko sure itaweza? He told me, Dr. Mutua, it is possible. Form a team, do it. Thank you, Prof. Thank you, Prof. And that's the reason why we were able to respond to all the participants in record time. When we look at the call for abstracts flyer, it said that this is the day you're submitting, this is the day you'll get a response of whether your abstract has been accepted or not. I'm sure we stuck to those timelines. And we could only do that because of the leadership of the DVC. So asante sana, Professor. And as I invite you to give the closing remarks and officially close this ceremony, I want to say once more, thank you very much for supporting us morally, for supporting our crazy budgets, even that time when you were telling us to squeeze them, but you gave us a free hand. We want to say thank you and karibu sana, Prof.
Good evening. Is it 4 o'clock? Yes, it's going to 5 o'clock. So good evening once again. First, thank you, Dr. Mutua. Thank you, Professor Solomon Shibairo, the Vice Chancellor, Masida Muliro University.
First four gracing our occasion. Aren't we happy? Aren't we happy? So first, can we give him a 5 factorial, the usual 5 factorial for TUM, to appreciate him gracing our occasion? You shall lead us. Thank you, Professor. Just like our Vice Chancellor, when she has a moment, should have been here. You know how committed she is to support all our activities. Right now, she's engaged with the council meeting, which I've been part of. But we'd like to really appreciate all of you for one thing, making this 5th Multidisciplinary Conference a conference with a difference. What was the theme? From ideas to impact. What were you looking for? Sustainable future. And I want you to remember those words very carefully. And these words have very deep meaning for us in the School of Engineering and in the space of blue economy, because we are thinking very carefully about how we are going to elevate the issue of marine and maritime studies. And you know our Vice Chancellor alluded to that fact, that very soon we'll be having an institute which takes care of those matters. And that is a commitment from the management, is a commitment from the Senate to ensure that we can elevate that. And so ideas which have been cooking, they are going to be realized very soon. Sustainable future is extremely important for all of us. And Professor Shibairo has just reminded us this afternoon that the future of the country is with who? Is it this direction or this direction? This direction, exactly. And so take up your space. You know, we always have the saying that the future belongs to the young people, but says the moment and the future is now. And it's very clear from the things we have seen throughout these 4 days here. Just one moment, I respond to something. I told you that our Vice Chancellor remains very committed. She is on our way here from the council meeting, and so she'll join us. So the issue here is that from the things we have seen, we have no doubt that you are truly the future, and you're only warming the seats for you. But sometimes it's also important to appreciate, and I know this generation, you call yourself generation what? Gen Z, baby boomers, no? Let me hear from this side.
Gen Z.
Ah, okay, that one. And now Gen Z, huh? Gen Z. So, Gen Z, please do not be in a hurry. Take your time, and you'll be able to get where we are. As long as you have that dream, it's extremely important. And I remind my team all the time, if you don't dream big, you'll not get there. So when Dr. Mutua and team accept the challenge that they shall keep the timelines, and the timelines were kept, it's because you have to think, how else can you do it? And I mentioned earlier this afternoon that if you don't improve from the earnings you are gaining all the time, we hold these kind of meetings, then it means that we are not responsive to our environment. And we want to be responsive to our environment by making sure that we have run something. I know maybe next year, we may not have 90 abstracts, there may be more. We had audience from diverse places, all they from Nigeria, they found themselves here. From South Africa, they found themselves here. From our neighbors in Uganda, they found themselves here. And what a place to think about, that you're coming to TUM for what? Scientific discourse. You're coming to TUM to enrich yourself in terms of innovation. But at the end of the day, Professor, I hope you'll have a moment to visit our national park in the Kware County, or if not that, a swim in the ocean. Some of us, when we say we are working in Mombasa, what's the feeling of the people? You're always on the beach. Sometimes you see the water when you're driving the bridge, and sometimes you don't see it because you left when it was dark, and you're going home when it is dark. Okay? So thank you, Madam VC, for your arrival. So it is important that we want to make sure that this becomes the destination where people can come, engage in very serious academic work, but also have a time to be able to sample the beautiful offers by the coastal region. We know we have nice beaches, we have nice food, and many things which are also very good in this area. So for me and the team is still first and foremost to thank the acting Registrar Partnership Research and Innovation, Dr. Mutua, the incoming Registrar Partnership Research and Innovation, Dr. Rama, for their hard work which has seen us achieve this momentous function. And again, for responding to the challenges. It is one thing being guided and taking that challenge, is another being guided and doing your own things. At least there is evidence that if you take up the challenge, you might see what you wanted to see. And that's why I want to remind Generation Z that sometimes you look at adults and you think, because you can reason like them, that you are them. Or you are mid-age, you think like them, and you are there. Or you're like an old person and you think like them, that you're there. Sometimes these things are acquired over time because of experiences, and so long as you remain accepting that you can run as you move along, then you only become a better person. So I know I was about to close the meeting, but I'm very happy that Vice Chancellor, and we appreciate your continued support. I just said before you came that even before you called me, that if you did not have that engagement, you would have been here. And this is a testament of your commitment to the things we do, and we really truly appreciate your leadership. And at this moment, I would like to invite you to then do the official closing of this function. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. I'm sure you are now very, very excited. I'm seeing here some young innovators who are already in the room here. Maybe internet, they were the ones who are in the hackathon? They were involved in the robotics? Okay. That's great. Maybe I missed out on that. And I think, first of all, I want to apologize. Again, today, we've been having our council meeting the whole morning, and in the afternoon, we've been having council meetings. And it's unfortunate because I think the Easter, and then next week, there is the Eid. So all those things are interfering with our programs, and that is why we had to have this, our conference, and at the same time, it's time for us to have council meetings because by 15th, there are reports that have to be sent. But mine is just again to appreciate. It has been a very, very exciting week. And for all of us, there's a lot that we have been able to learn. As I said, the robotics, at least that one I missed, but I was able to go to the part of when on the first day and the second day before it started raining, at least for the innovations. We were able to move to the different stands in the innovations. But sorry for the robotic, I was not able to come there, but I am sure you did very, very well there. And we are going to also, there were also those presentations. Today, midway, when we were having a council meeting, we were listening to the presentation from South Africa, the one which was online. So I told the council members, as they're having their tea, since I was fasting, I told them, let's also listen now to the presentation from South Africa. So even as you were there, we were also we were also participating in one way or the other. As I said, I wish you could continue with it till next week. But everything has to come to an end. There are lots of things that we have learned, which we are going to do better next time. But I think that for this week, it has been an eye-opener for most of us, and especially yesterday's plenary, whereby we were also engaging the practitioners from the maritime industry. And to me, there was a lot that we were also learning during that meeting, the plenary. And as I said, for the youngsters here, the robotics also, there's a lot. DVC was talking about the Generation Z, that they need to take time before they get to know what we are doing because of the age issue and so on. But I think they are better innovators than us, if I may say so. Because nowadays, you just give them a phone, which sometimes you are struggling to maneuver. Just give a child, and within 1 minute, anakwambia, it's supposed to be this way, and so on. So they are better off. Can you clap for yourselves? Sindio? Nyinyi mmetushinda, eh? When it comes to the Internet of Things, you are always there ahead of us, and you are able to, within a short time, to maneuver and know what to do with our phones and many, many other things. And even when you are on the internet or when you are on TV, they will always be able to help us there. That shows that there's a lot of potential among the youngsters. And as I keep repeating that we are training people to become innovators and job creators. I'm repeating again. So when you finish your training, it's from the beginning that you need to have that entrepreneurship in you. Mimi sitoandikwa kazi, mimi nitaanzisha kazi, si ndio? Yes, you come out knowing very well that you are going to be innovative in whatever you are going to do. Come up with those innovations. All those people out there who had innovations still had one head and 2 ears and 2 eyes, just like us. So tusidanganywe, for a long time there used to be that adage that it is only the Wazungus who are innovators. Africa, they are consumers of innovations. Now things have changed. As Africans tunajua, in fact, we are even cleverer than them. Sindio, we are more intelligent than them. So saa nyingine inatakana sisi wenyewe tujipigie debe. Let's blow our own trumpet. Let's not underestimate ourselves. Even our own children, let's not underestimate our children. Whenever there's an opportunity, allow them to become creative. And I know there's a lot which they can do. So after today, I know all of you are tired. It's Friday evening. For others, it's Members' Day. But I want to take this opportunity to really thank each one of you for being here with us, for appreciating and participating, because without your participation here, we would have been talking to an empty hall here. So we appreciate your participation, asanteni, and also the organizers, the local organizing committee, who had spent sleepless nights to make this thing possible. I know normally the conference, by the time it starts, it's just a 1-week affair. But the preparations had taken many, many months. And when you are preparing yourself, that's the time now I forgot this needs to be done. We did have endless meetings and so on and so forth. We are not taking that for granted. Tunawashukuru sana. We really thank you and appreciate the time that you spent. Most of you did not even enjoy Easter holidays. I remember Salim, I was calling him and telling him that I have a card here which you were given. Please, you can take it and go for iftar somewhere. And no, I'm just here. I'm still. He didn't even want to go for a free dinner. Imagine. He said he's going to be here because he knows that At that time, we were preparing, that was now Monday, they were preparing for today's, for Tuesday, that they were preparing for Tuesday. So I do appreciate, and I also appreciate all the committee members for all the things that they have done. I don't want to mention each one of you, but I know all of you had put your best foot forward and made sure that the conference and the Innovation Week becomes very, very successful. You didn't let us down, na tunawashukuru sana, and we hope to meet again next year. And next year, we will have more exciting things to do. There will be more excitement. As I said, we are learning as we move on, and we'll also be benchmarking. I remember Masinde Muliro, Unisa, Barara, all of you, all those places where we are supposed to visit. We will be visiting and also partnering. I think the most important thing which we were discussing yesterday is the issue of partnership. Where we have an equipment or where we have an advantage over someone else, we try also to bring up our brothers and sisters in our sector so that all of us can benefit from each other. If an institution has an equipment and you feel that you do not have, then you can always be bringing. Like for example, in Taita Taveta for a long time has been coming to TUM for their engineering practicals, simply because we do have the equipments which they do not have. So I believe, again, as I said yesterday, we have a marine engine simulator here. And it's the only one of its kind in this region. Nobody else has it. So Bandari used to come and they used to use, or they're using the facility. Anybody else can still come and use such facilities. So I believe that when we come in these meetings, we should also be talking about networking. We build up networks and we also see what people have, and they themselves also tell us what they have which we might not be having, so that we can also partner and be able to achieve our goals and be able also to perform better. I've been told about the science park, for example. We will be coming there to see how you are faring in your science park, and many, many other things. So I believe this is not the end. This is actually the beginning of our relationship and our networking. With those few words, mine is again to thank you all for coming. Now, young innovators, thank you very much. We will be so group gani, we'll have to take a photo with you, isn't it? Why your group? Oh, okay. So thank you very, very much, Asanteni, and may God bless you. For those who are traveling, we pray for your journey mercies. Asanteni. Yes, I know. There's the last words. I was still excited. Yes. So I would like to declare this conference, Multidisciplinary Conference and Innovation Week, the 5th of its kind, officially closed. Tunaweza kuanza saa hii.
I would like to make one correction. Professor Charles Mutai, my apologies. I called you Professor Solomon Shibairo before. My apologies, very sincere apologies. So we have come to the end, but before we finish, I would like to invite our visitor from Uganda to give us a Christian prayer.
Let's humble ourselves for the word of prayer. Father, we want to thank you so much for the far you have brought us. We want to thank you for this university, for organizing this big event, oh God, that we have reached at the end. We thank you that we have been impacted and we are going to see our future being sustained. We thank you, Father, that for us we plan, but it's you to fulfill. And you have fulfilled this one with the journey mercies for each and every person coming here. We pray this evening as it has been successfully closed, Father, that you be with us, you take us safely, each and every person that has participated here, go having mercy journeys back to our homes, back to our countries, and we continue praying that you be with this university now and forevermore. Amen.
Thank you very much. Arisha.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Oh our Lord, we thank you for having supported us throughout this conference with your strength, and we had peace and we had much success. We thank you for supporting our organizing committee and giving them the strength to organize this innovation and conference successfully. Through your mercies that we were able to succeed. And we also appreciate that throughout you have supported the management, and we ask you to continue doing it so that we can even achieve more. And as we prepare for the next conference, we also pray that you continue to support us and even give us more wisdom. And for those who are traveling, and most of us are still traveling, we pray that you continue and you support us through our journey, keep us safe, keep us healthy, so that we can always remember you. Thank you.
Thank you. We have one small task for our Vice Chancellor.